Chapter 251. Thump. 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 List hurriedly left the cabin and came to the deck. He kicked away the two knights who were fighting each other and rushed directly to the mast. He felt that what Curtis said was true. After all, the soul-sinking wood was in his hands and he had the ability to dismantle the ship. The other party would not dare to play tricks. The mast was very high, but for the elite Earth Knight, it was easy to climb up. The goat head flag was at the top of the mast, fluttering without any wind. The green flame was not the flag, but the goat head logo was burning. List didn't know what it was made of, but the goat head was a real goat head, not a painting. Pull out the goat head flag and insert it on the dragon head of the bow, so that the door to the real world can be opened. He stretched out his hand, ready to pull out the flag. But suddenly, his heart tightened. He had always been cautious, but now he reminded himself, why did I believe Curtis so easily? This is an evil sorcerer who can use the souls of a ship's crew as a casting material. You can't believe a single word she says. He looked down. He quickly suppressed his urgent mood and sank his will into the gem space. He decided to open the magic book, to His Royal Highness Annette, Curtis Truth, trying to find some kind of answer from this suicide note. The first page. 2 lines of glowing green serpentines were written with an unknown pigment. My eternal love Annette, is everything okay? I made this decision so that I could meet you again in the land of exile. Perhaps I would sink into oblivion for all eternity. 2 evil souls, the blood of countless living people, all the sins, how can I bear it? The words were a little mysterious, with the faint affectation of a female literati. He didn't understand. The second page. It was a text in the form of a preface. When I heard the bad news of Uncle Cohen, my heart was dead. Just because of my and Annette's sinful thoughts, the whole family was buried with him. Perhaps we should calmly accept this short but beautiful love, instead of hoping to achieve longevity and steal the power of the Sapphire Dragon. The Dragon City Lord plan has failed, and Annette's soul has been exiled. I have lost my love, and then my family. For me, this world has no meaning. Perhaps I should continue to study the ancient sorcerer's notes and transform myself into a lich walking between life and death. If I can walk freely in the land of exile, maybe I can see Annette again, then all this torture and pain will become meaningful. After turning this page, the strange existence of the lich appeared in List's mind. He didn't have time to think and turned to the third page. The third page was strange. He drew a picture with an eye in the middle of the triangle. This was the eye of truth, representing a magician's knowledge and exploration of the world. But in each corner of the triangle, there were a few more nouns. On the top corner, there was matter, and next to it were alchemist, vampire, and necromancer. On the left corner, there was magic power, and next to it were sorcerer and druid. On the right corner, there was spirit, and next to it were wizard, warlock, prophet, succubus, and shaman. Below the pattern of the eye of truth, there was a word knight. Behind it was a line of scribbled serpentines: heresy, desecrate magic like a beast, violently circulate chi, oppressing the living space of the sorcerer. If one day the age of magic comes, burn all the night, let the sorcerer rule the world, and seek the truth. If this was written by Curtis herself, it meant that she was a fanatical believer in magic. This was already a religious evil, not good, not good. List instinctively hated the word heresy. His eyes stayed on the words alchemist, wizard, and druid for a few seconds, then he stopped looking and continued to turn the page. From the fourth page onwards, the content of the book became research notes. There was only one research topic: the possibility of soul stripping, repeating the experiment. According to List's quick reading, it seemed that in ancient times, a wizard had developed the phylactery technology. Placing one's soul in the phylactery, thus becoming an immortal lich, crossing life and death, real and illusory, becoming an incredible state. This kind of record could not be distinguished. Curtis mainly repeated this technology to verify the method of stripping the soul. At first, she experimented on small animals, then slowly developed to humans, and finally on sorcerers of the same kind. On the 16th page, she completed the experiment and verified that the soul could be stripped and temporarily existed, but it must have something suitable for the soul. From the 17th page onwards, she began the second research topic, phylactery experiment and production. A total of 25 pages were experiment notes on this topic. Curtis was like a genius. On the 42nd page, the phylactery experiment was successful, and she developed the soul-sinking wood, which could be used as a phylactery to store the soul. There was also a magic circle for storing the soul, the self-exile magic circle. These are the 4 walls that I cut and took back. Using this magic circle, the soul can be stripped out and banished to the soul-sinking wood. Time waited for no man, and he had no time to think. He quickly turned the page, trying to find the content about the ghost ship. After turning about 30 pages, he skipped 4 small research notes about the Lich's phylactery. Finally, he saw a ship on the 74th page, a very detailed 3-masted ship. Even the goat's head flag on the main mast was clearly visible. This was the goat before it became a ghost ship. The next 26 pages were all about the modification of the goat, or rather, the setting up of the magic circle. Curtis extended the phylactery technology to the entire ship, imprisoning the souls of all the crew members on the ship to protect their own phylacteries. According to her speculation in the last part of the suicide note, the ship would gradually break through the boundary point between reality and illusion with the constant erosion of the magic circle, and enter the land of exile. The land of exile. Sorcerers believed that there was a place at the boundary of the mutual transformation of magic, matter, and spirit. Time and space were indescribable, eternal and ephemeral, and only souls could walk in it. This place was the land of exile. People who committed the most heinous crimes were usually exiled to the land of exile by the nobles. To put it bluntly, it was to perform some kind of magic to euthanize people. However, sorcerers believed that the souls of humans who died in this way would enter the land of exile. Curtis's ultimate goal was to use the goat to break through the boundary point between the land of exile and the real world and send her soul into it. Then she would go after her lover, Annette. However, she did not expect that the goat became a ghost ship, wandering between the land of exile and the real world, and did not send her soul to the land of exile. Women are really crazy. Crazy for love? It's not enough for one person to die, but also to kill countless people. Liszt had goosebumps all over his body, and at the same time, he was secretly shocked. The goat's head flag is placed on the dragon's head, not to leave the land of exile, but to the land of exile. This woman still wants to harm me. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and opened the magic book. Chapter 252. The sheephead flag and the ship's bow were magic equipment made of special materials. When he was ready to destroy them, Liszt was reluctant. He wrapped the sheephead flag with his own chi and threw it into the gem space. Then he removed the sapphire dragon and threw it into the gem space. The gem space, which was not large to begin with, was almost full. Without the suppression of the sheephead flag and the sapphire dragon bow, the fog surrounding the ghost ship gradually dispersed, and the people trapped in the fog were about to wake up. The planks were decaying, aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's finally over. Liszt breathed a sigh of relief, hugging Dosun's neck, enjoying this great sense of accomplishment. But suddenly he heard the shrill scream of the ghost magician, "No! Damn night! You destroyed the goat! No! You can't destroy the goat!" Liszt stood on the decaying deck. Watching the fog gradually thinning, he was indifferent to Curtis's scream. He was very curious about a lich like Curtis. He was also very curious about the Dragon Domain Lord plan. He even wanted to slowly study the specter ship under his feet. But the other party was very cunning, and he had no means of checks and balances. Staying was suicide. So. You'd better die, don't go to the land of exile to harm people, to harm souls. No. A sharp voice came from the cabin, as if it could pierce the eardrum. Knight, don't. Don't destroy the goat, don't destroy my soul-sinking wood. Her voice was sad and shrill. Knight, please stop. I am willing to offer my phylactery. Knight, take my phylactery. Your phylactery is already in my hands, those soul-sinking wood. List sneered coldly. At this time, this evil magician still dared to fool him. It was an insult to his intelligence. No. The ghost magician screamed, that is just the place where my soul sleeps, it is the place where I self-exiled my soul. Before reaching the land of exile, I need the soul-sinking wood to protect the integrity of my soul. My phylactery, I give you my phylactery, it is the key to my return to the real world. Shrill screams reverberated in his ears. He felt that the other party was still trying to fool him. But the ghost ship was about to collapse. According to His Royal Highness Annette, Curtis Truth, after losing the ghost ship, even with the existence of the soul-sinking wood, she could not continue to maintain her lich state, and her soul would collapse directly. The ghost ship was one with her. There was no reason for him to play tricks at such a critical juncture. Thinking of this, he held Dosun's hand and went down to the cabin again. Seeing the specter, the green light that formed her body was already unstable, trembling as if it would dissipate at any time. Where's your phylactery? The specter magician glared at List with hatred, stretched out her left hand, and thrust it into her chest. At that moment it was as if his chest had been torn apart, and a green light seeped out from within. Then, he slowly pulled his hand out. He clenched his hand into a fist and quickly handed it to List. He spread his fingers, revealing a blue gemstone ring on his palm. Take it. Hurry up and put back the flag and the flag. The mountain goat is about to collapse. The red blood sword picked up the sapphire ring. After confirming that there were no traps, List picked it up and looked at it. He did not see anything special. This thing is your phylactery. Don't lie to me. I don't have time to lie to you. This is a token of love given to me by Annette. I have no grudge against you. I don't even know you. I just want to take my complete consciousness into the land of exile to find Annette's soul. The specter stopped talking and just looked at List quietly. If I crush it, will you die? No, my soul is in the soul-sinking wood. The phylactery is just the key to ensure that I can return to the real world and not get lost in the land of exile. If I fix the ghost ship, what about my friend? The ghost ship is close to collapse and is unable to continue sailing in the land of exile. It will no longer interfere with the real world. Soon it will disappear on the edge of the land of exile and the real world. If I fix the ghost ship, are you sure you will leave immediately and no longer interfere? If you return my soul-sinking wood to me, I will immediately disappear with the ghost ship. Without the soul-sinking wood, my soul has no sustenance. If I enter the land of exile, I will also lose myself and become a ghost in the land of exile. I only hope you can protect my phylactery. It is the only hope for me to come back. I understand. List turned around, quickly put the sapphire ring into the space gem, and then left the cabin without looking back. He neither agreed nor disagreed. Looking at the back of List leaving, the spectre magician, who was almost unable to maintain her figure, had a gleam in her eyes. She seemed to hope that in the future, she would follow the ghost ship into the land of exile and find the love of her life, Annette Sapphire. However, she waited for a moment and found that the ghost ship was still collapsing. The rotten planks were completely cracked and another three-masted sailboat emerged. She suddenly realized. No! She shouted, no! 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 Damn Knight! You lied to me! Standing on the deck, List looked at the deck under his feet. One moment, it became the decaying deck of the ghost ship, and the next moment, it became the deck of a fast sailboat. The shrouding fog had dispersed, the shadow of the ghost ship gradually faded, and the fast sailboat that disappeared was becoming real. In other words, he had gradually returned from the illusion to the real world. Paris, Captain Lydon, and others around him gradually woke up and looked at everything in front of them in confusion. The smell of blood was strong. This chaos between reality and illusion had killed many people. Fortunately, Levis and Elvira, who were pulled into the cabin by Liszt, were safe and sound. Paris, Captain Lydon, and Deputy Butler Rainieri were all safe and sound. Liszt's two serving men, Tom and Thomas, were smart enough to lie on the ground and pretend to be dead, so they were not hacked to death by the night. But he also saw the bodies of his 3 retainer knight, Sean Redface, York Lighthead, and Theodore Rotsock. The 3 teenagers had not had time to show their youthful vigor before they were forever stuck in the sea. No! 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 Damn night! You lied to me. His ears faintly heard Curtis's shrill scream. Liszt had no sympathy, such an evil and perverted mage, death is your final destination, don't come out to harm people again. I, Liszt Tulip, have a bottom line of justice in my heart. No! I will curse you. You damn knight! Ah! With Curtis's last scream, the ghost ship suddenly shattered into powder, blown away by the sea breeze, and disappeared without a trace. The dark clouds in the sky also quickly dispersed, and the sun behind the clouds shone again. After carefully checking the surrounding environment and confirming that there were no traces of Curtis, Liszt dispersed the magic eyes and smiled faintly. Curse me? Do you know my name? Coincidentally. Chapter 253. The ghost ship was like a phantom, coming and going in a hurry. Apart from Liszt and Dosen, no one knew what had happened on the ghost ship. Only the corpses on the deck silently told of the terrible encounter just now. The surviving sailors cooperated with the retainer knight and began to clean up the corpses of the dead. The sudden appearance of the ghost ship killed a total of 23 people. Sailors, retainers, servants were all dead, and many people were injured. Fortunately, none of the 4 aristocrats on the ship was injured. It didn't matter if Captain Lawton died or not, but the Liszt siblings must not have an accident. Once something happened, not only would Marquis Merlin be furious, but so would Lee William. At that time, it wouldn't just be a few people who died. Liszt, what do you think? Levis's voice pulled Liszt back from his trance. He was still thinking about the dog-eat-dog love between Curtis Veritas and Annette Sapphire. The woman, crazy for love, actually restored the means of the wizards of ancient times, turned herself into a half-human, half-ghost lich, and made a legendary thing like the ghost ship. Now the ghost ship had collapsed, but the sheephead flag, the sapphire dragon bow, the soul-sinking wood, and the sapphire ring were still in his gem space. It was a constant reminder that the ghost ship was not an illusion. No one thought of encountering the ghost ship. Compared to sea monsters and storms, it was really unexpected. Therefore, the deputy butler Rainieri asked the 3 siblings with a heavy heart whether they should continue to Red Crab Island or immediately return to Coral Island. Liszt, who recovered, asked faintly, "Brother, sister, what do you think?" Levis frowned, "I'm inclined to go back. The atmosphere of the New Year's Day is gone, and many people died. But this year's New Year's Day may be grandfather's last New Year's Day. If we can't accompany grandfather, it will leave him with great regret. Since we are all right, let's move on. Elvira, what do you think? You decide." Elvira's face was still a little swollen. 2 faint handprints could be seen, which Liszt slapped to wake her up. Of course, she didn't know all this. Liszt did not reveal the secret of the Spectre ship to the public. It was related to a palace coup 100 years ago, so there was no need to say it out loud. It might even expose his secret. He might as well be like the others and treat this as a strange and muddled encounter. Anyway, no one knew what kind of existence the specter ship was. When the mist covered their faces, they were already in an illusion. They couldn't see or hear anything. They didn't even notice the collapse of the specter ship and Curtis's miserable scream before his death. After Levis made up his mind, the speedboat continued to advance towards Red Crab Island. Captain Maroto was not dead, and the remaining sailors were barely enough to steer the ship, so the voyage was not too affected. However, the atmosphere on the ship was not as cheerful as it was when they first arrived. Olvera, who liked to make her presence known, had probably seen her weak side. She used the excuse of feeling unwell to hide in the cabin and lick her wounds. Levis and Captain Lawton had to deal with the dead people on the ship. Rainieri looked worried. Although the appearance of the specter ship had nothing to do with him, this incident definitely did not add any points to his reputation. Liszt was still enjoying the breeze on the deck with Dosen. He looked a little absent-minded. Others regarded it as a dream, but he deeply experienced the secrets of the specter ship. There were still many questions in his mind. He originally thought that this world was a world of dragons, elves, knights, and mages. He didn't expect the specter ship and the lichas to appear one after another. Then he thought of the rare professions recorded in the magic book, to His Highness Annette, Curtis Truth, Druid, Necromancer, Vampire, Enchanter, Prophet, and so on. There was also the Land of Exile and the Dragon Domain Lord plan. It didn't sound so simple. I hate these messy existences. Why don't I just cultivate my combat energy in peace? Why do I have to do all this messy magic? His absent-minded gaze fell on the deck. Several Squire Knight were tying up the corpses. Paris was guarding beside Liszt. She saw Liszt's absent-minded expression and followed his gaze to the corpses. She asked aloud, "Lord Baron, are you sad for Sean, York, and Theodore?" "Huh?" Liszt came back to his senses. Sean, York, and Theodore. Only then did he remember that these three people were his retainer knights. Their deaths were indeed sad, even though he was just thinking about the ghost ship. Nodding slightly, Liszt's tone was full of melancholy. They were still very young and underage. I thought it was just an easy trip, but it took their lives. No one wants to see an accident like this, but you've done enough. Sean, York, and Theodore are lucky to be able to follow a merciful lord, Paris said. Did I do enough? What did I do to these three people? Liszt was a little confused about what was going on in Paris's mind, but he clearly felt that Paris's attitude towards him was getting closer and gentler. In the past, he might have secretly rejoiced. It was so simple to win people's hearts. But seeing Curtis's crazy look, he shuddered and felt that women, or female subordinates, should be kept at a suitable distance and not play with fire. Although a woman like Curtis was rare, who could guarantee that he wouldn't meet another Curtis? I'm ashamed to have done a little work. The green flames of the sheephead flag solidified, and the green flames of the sapphire dragon bow also solidified. In the gem space, everything was still. Liszt wanted to take them out and see what changes would happen, but he did not take the risk. For the rest of the voyage, he acted as if he was not in high spirits like everyone else. In fact, he had been reading the magic books in the gem space. The book written by Curtis Truth, he had only roughly read it before. Now it was time to savor it. If one was not a mage, reading the experimental content written by a great mage was tantamount to reading a heavenly book. Many things were unclear, even if there were some illustrations to explain. More importantly, most of the content of this book was about how to transform a mage into a lich. Liszt did not think he wanted to become a lich, a creature that was neither human nor ghost. The transformation of the ghost ship is also very interesting. Maybe in the future, I can find a mage to study it. I can also make a ghost ship and see what the Land of Exile looks like. Unfortunately, there is no record of the keel fixing technique in this book. Maybe Curtis has mastered the keel fixing technique. The keel fixing technique was owned by Marquis Cohen. His family's mages could embed the bones of dragons, subdragons, and dragon beasts into the keel of ships to expel sea monsters. This technology was very coveted by List, but it had been lost, and the only one who might have mastered it, Curtis, was killed by him. Chapter 254. On the day before the New Year's Day, the three siblings finally arrived at the Longtaro Castle under the escort of the night squad of Red Crab Island. The news of the encounter with the ghost ship was quickly transmitted to the ears of Marquis Merlin. "Levis, Ulvera, List, I am relieved to see that you are safe and sound. You don't know how worried I was when I heard about the ghost ship." Miopal rode far away from the Longtaro Castle. When he saw the three siblings, he kept saying, "Grandfather, Sir Father, and Sir Mother were worried about you. If we had known that we would encounter such an inconceivable existence like the ghost ship, we would have sent the family's fleet to pick you up." Whether it was aristocratic politeness or true feelings, Miopal's attitude moved the three siblings. The unhappiness of the encounter with the ghost ship also dissipated a lot. This was not a disaster that could be predicted or avoided by humans, so they could only blame their bad luck. There was no need to vent their anger on others. Moreover, they had not suffered any damage. The atmosphere returned to its usual harmony. At the gate of the Longtaro Castle, List saw his uncle and aunt. Uncle Masiro was tall and thin, handsome, and somewhat similar to the portrait of Melissa in Tulip Castle. Although his aunt had many crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, she was still a noble lady with an otherworldly temperament. "Young List, you have grown up. You have inherited all of Melissa's merits and are even more handsome than your cousin," Aunt said amiably. List bowed to express his thanks. There were always people who praised him for his handsomeness. Miopal spread out his hands. "Mother, please don't praise others behind your son's back, it will damage my self-confidence." Masiro saw that everyone had greeted him and said, "Don't stand outside the door and talk. Come in, your grandfather is waiting for you. He has heard about the ghost ship and is worried about you." They entered the magnificent Longtaro Castle. The three siblings naturally went to see the master of the castle, Marquis Merlin, one of the 7 marquises of the Grand Duchy. Marquis Merlin was walking on the castle's winding corridor with a cane. The Sky Knight who once soared in the sky looked no different from an ordinary old man. "Grandfather," the three siblings shouted. Marquis Merlin pushed away the servant who wanted to help him. His expression was as dignified as ever. "Well, you're here. I know about the ghost ship. Are you all scared out of your wits?" "Of course not. With a long sword in hand and battle energy in my body, even if it's the Spectre ship, what can it do?" Levis immediately boasted. It was not exactly boasting. His courage in the face of danger on the ship was commendable. At the very least, List acknowledged Levis. At that time, not only did Levis not run away, but he was also very concerned about the safety of his younger siblings. He had the responsibility of an elder brother. Well said. With chi, a long sword, a horse, and a spear, a knight is invincible. Marquis Merlin stretched out his hand and patted Levis' shoulder heavily. "Unfortunately, I've never seen a Spectre ship in the aquamarine sea for nearly 40 years. It's a pity." Others were afraid that they would not be able to hide in time, but Marquis Merlin felt regretful. The horizons brought about by different strengths were indeed different. Perhaps the Spectre ship was not a rare thing for Marquis Merlin. At his level, his understanding of the world would definitely be deeper. After he finished speaking, he said to Masiro, "Have you made any arrangements? Send the fleet of Red Crab Island and the orders of chivalry to patrol the sea and find the Spectre ship. If you can capture it, capture it. If not, defeat it. I have informed Count Sark to lead a team to investigate. I have also invited Great Wizard Okado to accompany him. Don't hesitate. Patrol the sea between Red Crab Island and Coral Island. If it's a pirate or a ghost ship, destroy it directly. I don't care if it's a natural disaster or a conspiracy. The anger of Longtaro Castle must be vented. The Marquis said lightly. Masiro nodded hurriedly. Rest assured, father. I will definitely warn Count Sark. No, tell Sark to come see me first. Yes. After dealing with the arrangements for the Spectre ship, the Marquis said to the three siblings, forget about the Spectre ship and celebrate the new year in Longtaro Castle. Tomorrow, your Aunt Melinda will come over with her 2 boys. Young people can always find something happy when they get together. Yes, grandfather. Aunt came over and informed. Tea and snacks have been set up in the living room. Father, take the children to the living room to talk. It's cold in the corridor. Don't treat me like a waste, my chi is still boiling. Marquis Merlin did not refuse the proposal. Surrounded by the 3 siblings, he returned to the living room. Drinking hot milk tea, they chatted about their daily lives. Aunt was a talkative noblewoman. She always led the conversation and asked the 3 siblings about their respective development. Naturally, List also inevitably talked about his flower town. He briefly talked about some of the town's development, such as the production of flower soap, the extraction of seafood oyster sauce, and the birth of the thorn sprite, Ella. Marquis Merlin liked to listen to these contents. He solemnly said, to have a sprite that produces potions, List, is a blessing from the glory of the night, but it also requires one's own efforts. The Sky Knight is not just your brother's goal, you must also have this goal. Grandfather, of course I understand. My talent is indeed mediocre, but my vision is not narrow-minded. At this time, Meopal suddenly interjected, Grandfather, you may not know, but List also brought an intermediate World of Warcraft, it is his pet. An intermediate World of Warcraft as a pet? It is Dosen, a flying dust dog I raised since childhood. It accidentally ate a bloodline fruit and evolved into an intermediate World of Warcraft, but it can only release one type of magic. Bring it over and let me have a look. Marquis Merlin's legs were inconvenient, so List let the manservant Thomas bring Dosen to the living room. Fortunately, the living room of Longtaro Castle was very large, and Dosen's huge figure was not conspicuous here. Woof woof. Dosen came to List's feet and meekly wagged its tail. It could already ignore any human and freely enter and exit any scene. What a big black dog! Aunt exclaimed. She was obviously a qualified noblewoman who lived like a princess all year round. Apart from eating World of Warcraft meat, she might even rarely see wild World of Warcraft. It is bigger than a tiger, yet it is really as obedient as a dog. List, how did you tame it? List smiled faintly. Dosen was his face, I raised it like a dog. If it was disobedient, I would whip it, and if it was obedient, I would reward it with jerky. Raising World of Warcraft like a dog, incredible. List, you have made my reverence for World of Warcraft completely disappear. Meopal said exaggeratedly. Masilo nodded and evaluated, in terms of size, it is qualified as an intermediate World of Warcraft. It is much bigger than an ordinary flying dust dog. On Coral Island, no one is more favored by the Knight's glory than List. He is a lucky guy. Levis looked at Dosen enviously and said while resisting his desire. Marquis Merlin just shot a glance at Dosen. He had seen countless World of Warcraft, including many advanced World of Warcraft. Chapter 255. Whether Dosen was comparable to a Sky Knight, List did not know. At least, he would have to wait for Dosen to learn new magic before he could make a judgment. In World of Warcraft without magic, only some powerful beasts, and the current Dosen was still immature. After chatting about family matters, the topic returned to the ghost ship. So, Maroto is not crazy. I know him, he is an excellent sailing captain. Marquis Merlin had a very good impression of Maroto. But his son was swallowed by the ghost ship, and he also encountered the ghost ship. It seems that he is not suitable to continue as a captain and should retire. As he spoke, Marquis Merlin had already decided on Maroto's retirement. Grandfather, since the ghost ship is the ship of Marquis Cohen, then do you know what kind of person he is? Miopal asked curiously. Marquis Merlin sat in a chair, his hands leaning on a cane as he pondered. When Marquis Cohen was still alive, my father wasn't even born. When my grandfather was young, the Longtaro clan was only a count. The surname of Marquis Cohen's family is Magic Goat. The Magic Goat family is very different from ordinary knight families. They attach great importance to magic. The Magic Goat family was a follower of the first Sapphire Grand Duke, the Dragon Knight Anderson Sapphire. After the founding of the country, they were conferred the title of Marquis. This family raised a kind of World of Warcraft called Rock Goat. They raised it on a large scale, and the meat of the rock goat was sold well both at home and abroad. The blankets and quilts woven from the hair of the rock goat were also products that the aristocracy scrambled for. But the members of this family, in addition to cultivating qi, also cultivated magic. The men cultivated qi, while the women cultivated magic. Relying on the technology of making keel bones with magic, the Magic Goat family's ships could travel the sea unimpeded, helping the Grand Duchy of Sapphire's orders of chivalry on an expedition to the continent. It could be said that at that time, the Magic Goat family's authority was second only to the Sapphire family, and they talked and laughed with each other. Cohen Magic Goat is a powerful Sky Knight who follows Annette Sapphire, the eldest son of the second-generation Grand Duke. However, there is a very troublesome problem. Annette was seriously injured during the campaign. After being diagnosed by the court doctor, it is determined that he will die early. Since they were family, Marquis Merlin did not mind chatting about palace secrets. When the nobles had nothing to do, they liked to talk about palace secrets, just like how the servants like to gossip about the nobles. In order to help Annette, the mages of the Magic Goat family decided to steal the power of the Sapphire Dragon and coexist with Annette, making Annette a dragon domain lord, sharing half of the dragon's lifespan. As far as I know, the Emperor of the Unsetting Radiance Empire is a dragon domain lord, and he has been in power for 200 years. Lord of Dragon City. This was the second time Liszt had heard of this term. The first time was in Curtis Truth's magic book, which recorded the failure of the Dragon City Lord plan. Now, he learned from Marquis Merlin that the Dragon Lord could share the lifespan of a dragon. This made Liszt's eyes widen. If one could pursue longevity, who would be willing to die early? A mere 100 years of life was simply not enough. If one became a lich that was neither a human nor a ghost, longevity would be meaningless. However, it sounded like the Dragon Domain Lord only stole the power of a dragon and could still guarantee the youth of humans. Marquis Merlin felt the rapid breathing of several young people and could not help but smile. The Dragon Domain Lord is really tempting. When I was young, I threatened the Sapphire Dragon to share my lifespan with it, but the requirements to become a Dragon Domain Lord are harsh, and the consequences of angering a dragon are miserable. Dragons were the world's top existences of power. Families with dragons could not wait to please them. Who would dare to steal the power of a dragon? Moreover, a dragon could normally live for 1,000 years and shelter a family for hundreds of years. However, after sharing their lifespan with the Dragon Domain Lord, leaving only half of their lifespan was obviously not worth it. He paused with his walking stick. Marquis Merlin returned to the story. Annette's plan was discovered by the third-generation Grand Duke, his younger brother, Grand Duke Andy, so Annette's behavior angered the second-generation Grand Duke. The second-generation Grand Duke immediately banished Annette's soul, passed the Duke's title to Grand Duke Andy, and then personally captured Cohen Magic Goat. After all, Cohen Magic Goat was powerful and had the help of the two great wizards of the family. Not only did it not surrender, but it also counterattacked and seriously injured the second-generation Grand Duke. If it wasn't for the powerful strength of the Sapphire Dragon that protected the second-generation Grand Duke at the critical moment, the result would have been unpredictable. In the end, Koan Magic Goat and the two great wizards were suppressed, and the second-generation Grand Duke also died from his injuries. The young third-generation Grand Duke Andy took advantage of the situation and completely destroyed the Magic Goat family. More than 100 years had passed. Except for a few people who knew about this past, it had long been forgotten. I didn't expect that Koan Magic Goat's soul would not go away. After dying for more than 100 years, it still did not forget to toss around the ghost ship. Marquis Merlin snorted. It must be the means of those magicians. Magicians like madmen like to study evil and strange magic. Although sometimes magicians were needed to make potions and magic equipment, it did not prevent a knight like Marquis Merlin from openly discriminating against magicians. The luncheon was very sumptuous. It was just a family meal, but it was more sumptuous than the large dinner party that Liszt attended last time he came here. However, Liszt's current living conditions were not as good as before, and his taste had already improved, so he did not feel that the food was very delicious. Instead, he was a little uneasy. Everything was because of the Dragon City Lord mentioned by Marquis Merlin. When he did not know the meaning, he only read the magic book briefly, but now that he knew the meaning, he could not be at ease. It was as if another door to a new world had been opened outside the Dragon Knight. He once felt that his biggest wish since he crossed over was to become a Dragon Knight. Only by riding a dragon would his life not be in vain. He did not have much of a pursuit of longevity, and felt that it was impossible. After all, a Dragon Knight would also be a pile of dirt after 100 years. Even if there was such a thing as a lich, seeing Curtis's miserable state, he did not feel that he would like to be a lich. However, the appearance of the Dragon City Lord had suddenly aroused his desire for longevity. Who would want to die if they could live? Who would not want to live freely for a few hundred years? There was a song that was sung very well, I really want to live for another 500 years. Liszt had never seen through the world of mortals, and was indifferent to life and death. When there was no chance, of course he would be very open-minded, but now that there was a chance, how could he not fight for it? Eating the fine white bread, he suddenly set a new goal in his heart. In this life, I not only want to ride a dragon and become a dragon knight at the peak of power. I also want to conquer another dragon, a young dragon, and then become a Dragon City Lord. A dragon's lifespan is 1,000 years, and I have to borrow at least 400 years. 400 years of borrowing life, 100 years of lifespan, exactly 500 years. Not much, 500 years was barely enough. Explore the world, pursue the truth behind fate, and at the same time, solve the reason why he crossed over. Chapter 256. In the afternoon, Count Schalke came to Longtaro Castle to inquire about the extermination of the pirates and the ghost ship. Liszt and his siblings needed to provide him with some clues to confirm the ghost ship. I don't like Schalke. Miopal, who came to call Liszt, said in a low voice, in fact, I don't like the two counts of Red Crab Island, especially Schalke. Liszt, who had just woken up, asked curiously, why? They lack reverence for the Longtaro Castle. Liszt nodded. He understood that Uncle Masiro's strength was not enough to establish enough prestige. As the next Marquis of Red Crab Island, he lacked the temperament to convince his followers. Miopal continued, this year, grandfather's health is not good. Red Crab Island did not respond to the Grand Duke's expedition order. There is some noise below. I know that Schalke is the source of the noise. After a moment, Liszt met Count Schalke. The Count's full name was Schalke Broccoli, and his surname was derived from his broccoli sprite. He was tall and mighty, and his voice was very loud. Thanks to Miopal's suggestion, Liszt paid special attention to Count Schalke's attitude during the questioning and found that he was still full of awe towards Marquis Merlin. However, he was somewhat disrespectful towards Masiro and Miopal. Or rather, it could not be said to be disrespectful. It should be said that his status was very level. His conversation with Masiro was not rude, but it also did not make people feel that Masiro would be his future lord. He placed the two on the same line. Then, he treated Miopal with a condescending attitude of an elder. It was no wonder that Miopal was unhappy with him. No one would like their own follower to put on the airs of an elder, even though Miopal was not the Marquis of Red Crab Island and was only the heir of an heir. But in the knight system, Miopal was the lord and Xianxia was the follower. The relationship between the lord and the follower was clear. No wonder when I first came to Red Crab Island, Miopal came to rope me in. The structure of Red Crab Island is clearly that the lord is weak and the servants are strong. Once grandfather Merlin dies, Uncle Masiro might not be able to control the overall situation of Red Crab Island. As a lord, he couldn't control his followers. Then the ending would be very awkward. The follower would leave the lord, which was the inevitable result. A lord that even his followers would leave him was definitely the biggest joke among the nobles. Liszt suddenly understood why his cousin still pursued the Grand Duke's youngest daughter despite knowing that she had a bad reputation. He wanted to borrow the princess's power to suppress the followers of Red Crab Island. A small number of people was not a good thing for a noble family. Then, should I come to Red Crab Island to develop? With my current development, becoming a viscount is not an option. If I show my strength in the future, my uncle and cousin will probably rely on me more. It will be easy for me to become an earl. Liszt's mind swayed. He really wanted to take a shortcut. Compared to exchanging one's life for a title on the battlefield, how could it be easier to learn how to curry favor? Even so, he couldn't give up his business on Black Horse Island and switch to Red Crab Island for the time being. Moreover, the effect of adding flowers to the brocade was far inferior to providing timely help. He suddenly thought of a picture. If he had become a Sky Knight and obtained the title of Viscount, but his father was still an earl. Then how could he surpass his father and become an earl? At that time, he would either become a direct earl of the Grand Duke, or follow a marquis who could be given the title of earl. At that time, his uncle's family, who was struggling to support Red Crab Island, would beg him to come to Red Crab Island. The treatment of an earl at that time would definitely be many times better than going to Red Crab Island now. Thinking like this would be unfair to his family. But the affection between the nobles always gave way to interests. Liszt also understood that if he couldn't show his value, the Taro family would never pay anything for him. Of course, I'm thinking too much now. This time, the Taro family hasn't started to win me over yet. While thinking, Count Sark was already clear about the cause and effect of the ghost ship. He immediately saluted Marquis Merlin and said, "Sir, please rest assured. After the new year, I will immediately lead the fleet and orders of chivalry to flatten the waters around Red Crab Island, and let all those who have gossiped about Red Crab Island shut their mouths." "Very well, I look forward to your performance." Sark saluted again, nodded to Masiro and Miopal, and strode away. New Year's Day was the first day of each year, January 1st. Everyone in all countries would choose to put down their work on this day to celebrate the arrival of the new year. In the morning, he woke up before the sky was bright as usual. Lying in bed, Liszt called out the long-lost smoke mission. After a year of hard work, even a lord needs to relax, enjoy the upcoming New Year's Day, think about next year's development path, broaden interpersonal relationships, or do nothing and wait for the New Year's Day to end. Reward, unknown reward. Unknown reward, mission still not completed, probably need to wait until after today. Around 10:30 in the morning. Liszt was teasing the spitting Pachyphyte sprite while the maid, Anna, who had helped him wipe his face, kept casting flirtatious glances at him. At this time, a servant of the Long Taro castle came to inform him that a new guest had arrived. New Year's Day was a family festival. Visiting the Long Taro castle today, there was no need to ask to know that Liszt's aunt and her family had arrived. Sure enough, at the castle gate, Liszt, together with his brother and sister, saw his mother's sister, the second daughter of the Marquis, Melinda Longtaro. Her husband, Roland Pine Cone, Viscount of Longtail City, and her two sons, Russell Pine Cone and Raleigh Pine Cone. There was also Russell's wife and his daughter, who had just turned 1 year old and was wrapped up like a cotton ball. Russell and Raleigh were List's cousins. The order of age among the cousins was approximately 25 years old Meepaul Longtaro, 24 years old Levis Tulip, 22 years old Russell Pine Cone, 20 years old Elvira Tulip, 19 years old Raleigh Pine Cone, and 17 years old List Tulip. New Year's Day, everyone was 1 year older. Russell's daughter was List's only junior. Aunt, uncle, List greets you and wishes you a happy New Year's Day. List stepped forward to greet them. Regarding these two relatives, the memory of his predecessor was not deep. Since Melissa's death, Lee Williams' contact with Red Crab Island had become less and less. Therefore, the three siblings at most came to visit Marquis Merlin and rarely visited his aunt. Happy New Year's Day, List. You have grown so big, you are really tall. Melinda was a slightly plump noblewoman. Unfortunately, she did not inherit the Taro family's good looks. Moreover, it seemed that their luck was not good. Like Melissa, the two sisters were married to viscounts. But Lee William was promoted to count early, while Roland Pine Cone was still a viscount. Even in the impression of his predecessor, his aunt's two sons were more useless than him. He quietly cast magic eyes. Chapter 257. His two sons were good-for-nothings. Viscount Roland, who had the appearance of a middle-aged uncle, was also not a genius. As a follower of Marquis Merlin and married the daughter of Marquis Merlin, it was reasonable to say that he could enjoy a lot of resources. However, after so many years, he was still just an elite Earth Knight. He had no hope of being promoted to Count. Just as Non-Dragon Knight could not be conferred the title of Grand Duke, Non-Dragon Sky Knight could not be conferred the title of Count. In other words, if the Count's descendants did not have a Sky Knight, they could still inherit the title of Count. However, if they could not produce a Sky Knight after 3 generations, then regrettably, they would have to be demoted. In fact, there was a rule that non-Earth Knight could not be conferred the title of Baron. According to this rule, after List came of age, because he had not promoted to an Earth Knight, he could not obtain the title of Baron. However, because Earth Knights had long been common, as long as they had enough nutrition, very few people could not promote to an Earth Knight. This rule was not written into the enfeoffment system of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, and the aristocrats did not care about this rule. No one dared to say a word against the Count's conferment system of List. List, why didn't your father come? Viscount Roland suddenly asked. This question was very bad. Lee William had already married another wife, so Marquis Merlin was no longer his father-in-law. How could he come to celebrate the festival? List just replied with a smile, Sir Father is staying on Coral Island. There are a lot of things in the territory that he needs to deal with, so he really can't leave. Viscount Roland still wanted to ask something. Aunt Melinda interrupted him, your two cousins often talk about you. When you were young, you often played together. Now that you have grown up, you see each other less. List, how did you grow? You are taller than Levis, your body is very sturdy, and you are already an Earth Knight? Not bad. Cousin Russell enviously hammered List's chest. His build was similar to his aunt's. He was a little short and stout, and his personality was probably that of a naive one. His iron-like accent was not standard, and it sounded like a dialect. List liked to deal with people with simple personalities. Without waiting for him to speak, Russell continued, come, let me introduce you. This is my wife, Jackie Broccoli. Her uncle is the Count of Schalke. This is our daughter, Roche. She is just 2 years old. Jackie Broccoli? Uncle Schalke Broccoli? List smiled and greeted the gentle noblewoman before enthusiastically hugging Luo Shi, who was like a little cotton ball. Hi, Luo Shi, say. Uncle List, Happy New Year's Day. Luoshi obviously did not have this thought. He directly pouted and opened his mouth to cry. List was so frightened that he quickly stuffed Rosie back into the hands of the servant who was holding her. Elvira laughed and said, "You need to understand that being handsome is of no use to children." Marquis Merlin's descendants had all arrived. At the luncheon, the old master of the Longtaro castle happily drank a few cups of wine. He did not know whether it was because he drank too much or because he was already prepared, but starting from Immortal, he called his grandchildren one by one into the study. The youngest, List, was naturally the last to enter. "Grandfather. Sit." His clear enunciation and turbid and sharp eyes proved that Marquis Merlin did not drink too much. The old butler brought in 2 cups of coffee and closed the door of the study. "You gave me a big surprise, List." Marquis Merlin's words startled List. "The last time you came, you were just an ordinary Earth Knight. But now, you are already an elite Earth Knight. Such rapid progress is very rare." Without denying it, List curiously asked, "Grandfather, how did you see that?" "When grandfather was young, relying on a knight's sword, I even defeated a Grand Duke. It is not surprising that I can see through your chi level." Marquis Merlin's voice was not loud, but his words were full of aggressiveness. He even dared to casually say that he had defeated a Grand Duke. "Speaking of which, I also find it very strange. After moving to a rural town, the food I ate was not as good as the food I ate in Tulip Castle, yet my whole person seemed to be suddenly enlightened. Almost as soon as I arrived in Flower Town, I broke through to the Earth Knight realm. A while ago, I felt that I touched the chi bottleneck and began to take potions. Of course, the smoke mission could not be disclosed, so List had to make up a story. It was not a story. From an Earth Knight to an elite Earth Knight, his accumulation was indeed very natural. When he first learned of it, even he himself was startled. What should have been 3 to 5 years of painstaking effort was shortened to 3 to 5 months. It is probably because you lived in Tulip Castle and were depressed. Don't those wizards like to talk about the theory of the mutual transformation of spirit and matter? A person's spirit power can indeed affect their body. Melissa died too early, and your father did not take up the responsibility of taking care of you, which really wasted your talent." Saying that, Marquis Merlin bluntly flattered himself, "Lee William's talent is very strong, and Longtaro Castle's bloodline is even more noble. You 3 siblings have inherited the advantages of your parents. You have inherited the most, so your talent is the most outstanding. In you, I seem to see a shadow of my youth." List maintained his smile. After boasting for a while, Marquis Merlin asked, "Can the wealth of Flower Town support you with enough potions?" "At present, there are 3 kinds of potions growing in Flower Town. Although the output is not high, but I have not yet reached the point where I need to use a lot of potions. It is barely enough. You have a potion-producing sprite. Nurturing it will be of great help to you. You also have an intermediate-level World of Warcraft. That flying dust dog can be nurtured vigorously. It will become your good companion." "I think so too. Being promoted to an elite Earth Knight in a short time, there is nothing wrong with being a bit cautious, but there is no need to be too humble. Strength decides everything. Don't forget that you have the support of the Tulip family and the Taro family. You should let everyone see your vast future. The reason why I married Melissa to your father was because he was once fearless. Back then, when he was still an elite Viscount Earth Knight Lee William, it would have been very difficult to marry the Marquis' daughter without a bit of courage." List was somewhat moved. His performance was indeed somewhat low-key. He did not have the chinibu or hot-bloodedness of youngsters. However, this thought only flashed by. The reason why he was low-key was not because he lacked strength, but because he had too many secrets. He liked to develop step by step and did not like to take risks. "Grandfather, I have a clear idea of the future. I know what I should do." Marquis Merlin looked at List with some surprise. He nodded and said, "Very good. It is very rare for a youngster to have such a mentality. I am even more optimistic about your future." He picked up a thin booklet from the table and threw it to List. "I believe that your future achievements will surpass your father's. These are some of the insights I've gained from practicing Qi over the years. You can take them for reference." Chapter 258. The value of Merlin Longtaro's Qi cultivation comprehension was so high that it could at least be regarded as a family heirloom. After all, Marquis Merlin, in his prime, was a sky knight of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, known as the Wind-Cutter Swordsman. Sky Knight was a level of Qi cultivation. Sacred Swordsman was the title of a powerful Sky Knight. Not every Sky Knight could obtain the title of Sacred Swordsman. For example, List's uncle, Masilo, was just a Sky Knight. No one would call him Sacred Swordsman. Only a Sky Knight who performed outstandingly in a sword fight would be crowned with the title of Sacred Swordsman. "Thank you, grandfather." List happily accepted Marquis Merlin's handwritten letter. His father was the Sea Wave Swordsman, so he could ask about his cultivation comprehension at any time. Now that he had obtained the cultivation comprehension of the Wind-Cutter Swordsman, he was not afraid that he would not have any experience to draw on after advancing to a Sky Knight. The only regret was that his Qi was of the fire attribute, the Count was of the water attribute, and Marquis Merlin was of the wind attribute. An individual's Qi attribute was related to their bloodline and physique. List's elder brother and sister were of the water attribute, while his grandfather, uncle, and cousin were of the wind attribute. Although it was a bit unexpected for him to be of the fire attribute, but it was also normal. It was just that neither family had produced a sacred swordsman of the fire attribute, so they were slightly lacking in terms of cultivation experience. If you feel constrained in the Flower Town, then the gate of the Red Crab Island will always be open for you," said Marquis Merlin calmly. List nodded solemnly. "Thank you, grandfather, for thinking highly of me." Marquis Merlin and his grandson glanced at each other, already understanding his intentions. "If one day, the Taro family's rule over the Red Crab Island is shaken, then I hope that you and your sister can lend a helping hand to me. Opal. My greatest disappointment in your uncle was not that he was a waste of talent, but that he had few heirs, far worse than your father. Masilo had only one son. The Count had 2 wives, 3 men and 1 woman, and 4 children. List did not know whether he had lovers or illegitimate children outside. However, his fertility was far superior to Masilo's. After leaving the study, List did not return to the living room to chat with his relatives. Although he had already accepted his identity, he still preferred a relatively quiet environment. Moreover, he had the Sword Saint's letter in his hands. It would be uncomfortable if he didn't take a look at it. There was no name on the letter, and it was completely handwritten. The handwriting was sloppy, and there were many traces of alteration. It was easy to imagine that Marquis Merlin had written this recently. He had probably begun to sum up his life after he left his position as the captain of the court fleet. A 12-year-old Earth Knight, a 15-year-old Elite Earth Knight, and a 22-year-old Sky Knight. In the Sword Saint's letter, Marquis Merlin first recalled his own cultivation experience. This magnificent experience could be said to be a genius among geniuses. Compared to the 25-year-old Sky Knight Lee William Tulip, he was even more outstanding. However, Marquis Merlin was born in a Marquis family and had accumulated resources since he was young. Compared to Lee William, who was born in a Viscount family, he might not necessarily be more talented. There were 3 levels of Sky Knight. The ordinary level Sky Knight, the Sword Saint level Sky Knight, and the so-called Dragon Knight Reserve, the perfect level Sky Knight who could ride a dragon at any time. At the age of 39, Marquis Merlin was already a perfect level Sky Knight. "Unfortunately, I don't have a dragon, and I can't find a dragon to ride. I have no hope of becoming a Dragon Knight in this life." In the letter, there was not much regret in Marquis Merlin's words, because he could at least laugh at the Sapphire Grand Duke. But the Grand Duke has the sapphire dragon, and I can't ride it either. Without the dragon's approval, it's useless even if I have perfect fighting power. Although he couldn't ride a dragon, he still had some imagination about the Dragon Knight. It is said that the perfect level of high-level fighting power is the end of fighting power. Only by combining with the mysterious power of the dragon can an incredible dragon fighting power be produced. A kind of fighting power that transcends the limits of magic power and has infinite possibilities. Unfortunately, the Grand Duke is too stingy and refused my request to read Grand Duke Anderson's Dragon Knight Fighting Power book countless times. Dragon Knight Fighting Power book? List's heart was in turmoil. He couldn't wait to snatch this secret book. To see what a Dragon Knight was and what a dragon fighting power was. The current Grand Duke Andrew Sapphire should be a perfect level Sky Knight and couldn't ride a dragon. But he had the first Grand Duke's Dragon Knight Fighting Power book, and was probably the only person in the entire Grand Duchy of Sapphire who knew how to ride a dragon. List felt that it was necessary to have a good discussion with him about the knowledge of dragon riding in the future. He shook his head and threw away many distracting thoughts. He began to look at Marquis Merlin's real insights on fighting power training. The trainee knight stage was only skimmed over, and the elite Earth Knight stage was not much redundant. The experience provided by the Count was much different. It was just taking potions, and at most providing some reasonable experience of taking potions. The real detailed description was the Sky Knight's fighting power training. But List stopped reading in time. I need to focus on the elite Earth Knight now. Don't be too ambitious. Lay a solid foundation first. After putting the Sword Saint's handwritten book into the gem space, he left the room and returned to the living room where they were still chatting. List, what gift did Grandpa give you? After Cousin Raleigh saw List, he immediately shouted. Compared to the naive Russell, Raleigh was more jumpy. What gift did you get? Grandpa gave me a piece of gemstone equipment. Raleigh took out a pendant from his bosom. The pendant was inlaid with a yellow gemstone. This is a yellow gemstone dragon's topaz. It can make my fighting power more solid. The elite Earth Knight can't break through my solid fighting power. Envy. As long as it was a piece of gemstone equipment, it was worthy of envy. List flattered at just the right time. I'm really envious, a piece of gemstone equipment, it's so beautiful. Raleigh immediately smiled from ear to ear. A piece of gemstone equipment, whether it was a weapon or an accessory, was worth more than 1,000 gold coins. As the second son, he didn't have a title to inherit. 1,000 gold coins was simply a fortune from heaven. List asked everyone about their gains. He unexpectedly discovered that Marquis Merlin had given 3 Sword Saints handwritten books to Meopal, Levis, and himself. Russell, Raleigh, and Elvira each had a piece of gemstone equipment. Levis said with a smile, even your 1 and all 3 handwritten books were personally written by Grandpa. The contents are also the same. Of course, the typos are different. In fact, Grandpa only needed to write 1 book. You can copy the rest, Raleigh proudly said. In his opinion, the value of a piece of gemstone equipment was far greater than a handwritten book that could be borrowed and copied. Raleigh, don't talk nonsense. Aunt Melinda stopped Raleigh. The smile on her face was a bit unnatural. Viscount Roland held his cup and took a sip to conceal it. Chapter 259. Originally, he thought that it would just be a big family dinner to end this uninteresting New Year festival and get a reward. But in the evening, it ushered in a pleasant surprise. Marquis Merlin, long time no see. The speaker was a middle-aged man in a gorgeous magic cloak, wearing 3 gemstone rings of different colors on his hand. They were light yellow, light red, and blue. Mr. Grimaldi, why didn't you stay in the palace? Why did you come here? Marquis Merlin was a little surprised by the arrival of the other party. I came with the blessing of the Grand Duke. The Grand Duke has troubled himself. Let's begin, Mr. Grimaldi. Grimaldi smiled slightly and raised his hand with 3 rings high. The next moment, the brilliance on the rings reflected each other and turned into several beams of light that shot straight into the dark night sky. These beams of light were magic, and they suddenly exploded in the air 100 meters high. Boom! The red beam burned a large area of flames, like a cloud of fire. Boom! The blue beam set off a mass of water, rolling like waves in the sky. Boom! The purple beam bloomed with lightning, interspersed between the flames and the water mass, making a loud thunder. Boom! The cyan beam finally exploded and turned into a huge gust of wind, stirring the flames, water, and lightning into a mass, constantly changing various shapes over the Long Taro Castle. This magical picture made all the people in the Long Taro Castle look up at the sky and enjoy the magic wonders. Even the distant cities could see the magical spectacle above the Long Taro Castle, and they clicked their tongues in amazement. About a quarter of an hour. The magic wonders gradually dissipated, a few drops of rain fell, and everything was calm again. Marquis Merlin, I have brought the Grand Duke's blessing. Mr. Grimaldi bowed slightly and said calmly. Marquis Merlin returned the salute and said with a sigh, although it's just a flashy magic show, I have received the Grand Duke's kindness. Thank you, Mr. Grimaldi, for your hard work. Please share the New Year's dinner with me. It's not an honor. Accompanied by Marquis Merlin, Grimaldi nodded to Messiro and others and entered the Long Taro Castle. On the other side, Liszt had already inquired about the identity of the other party. Meopel explained in detail, Grimand in truth, a great wizard consecrated by the court. He is proficient in the 6 elements of wind, water, fire, earth, lightning, and ice magic, but he is most formidable in researching and designing magic equipment, especially magic rings. The 3 rings he's wearing? Liszt asked again. He remembered that he had cheated Curtis Truth's phylactery, which was a sapphire ring. He did not find anything special about it. The shape is very similar to the ring of magic on Grimandon's hand. Perhaps it was a magic ring. Meopel nodded, that's right, they are definitely 3 magic rings. It was a piece of equipment that used the power of the dragon gem to increase the power of a magician's magic. Because the engraving of magic runes is different, it's not very useful to us knights, but it's a priceless treasure to mages. Hearing was of no use to the knight. Liszt could not help but be a little disappointed. It seemed that the magic runes on Curtis' phylactery and the sapphire ring were also specially engraved for mages. He could not use them and could only collect them as souvenirs. Suddenly, an idea flashed, it would be better to simply take out the sapphire on the sapphire ring, scrape off the magic runes, re-engrave them, and let someone make a gemstone weapon. I already have a suitable red blood sword, and it would be best to make a gemstone spear suitable for charging. He even thought of a name. It would be called the Blue Blood Spear, matching the red blood sword. As for the phylactery function of the sapphire ring, Curtis' soul was obliterated with the collapse of the ghost ship, so of course, it was not needed. However, if this sapphire ring is exposed now, won't people think of something? Besides, can the gems that have already been used be recycled? It was unknown. He just had an idea. Soon, he returned to the dining room and started the New Year's Day dinner. On the dining table, rich high-end food, luxury crystal tableware, and old cellar wine, all show the wealth of the Taro family. Great Mage Grimaldi and Marquis Merlin talked and laughed, from time to time talking about a few palace secrets that were not very private. The young people also toasted each other and wished each other well in the new year. The servants kept coming in and out, taking away the plates that were replaced after only 2 bites, and bringing in a variety of new dark dishes. 2-year-old Luoshi somehow became noisy, his little hands clapping randomly, directly knocking the crystal tableware on the table down, falling to the ground and breaking. The servants of the Long Taro Castle cleaned up the damaged tableware with a smile, and the people at the table did not care. Even after a year, Liszt still did not develop a taste for dark cuisine, so he ate very politely. He even sighed in his heart when he was bored. Wine and meat stink at the door of the Zhu family, but there are frozen bones on the road. The luxury of the Long Taro castle, even the crystal tableware can be broken at will. The price of a crystal tableware may be enough for a civilian to eat black bread for a year. The backward level of productivity makes it difficult for civilians to eat and wear warm clothes. Even the serfs of the Long Taro castle, with countless elves assisting in agriculture, will still struggle to survive. Although the yield in the fields will be high, it also means heavy taxes, after all, to maintain the life of the Long Taro castle. Food, use, clothing, and the equipment of the armed knight, all output comes from the farming of civilians. What are you thinking about, distracted? Olvera sat next to Liszt, leaned over and whispered, "Are you thinking about your subordinates, such as a female attendant dressed as a mercenary with a face scarf?" After coming to Red Crab Island and recovering from the trauma of the ghost ship, Olvera became interested in Paris again, and found a lot of female mercenaries to contact. Like recruiting female mercenaries, Liszt did not interfere in this, he lost if he could win them over. Hearing this, he elegantly cut the World of Warcraft barbecue and casually replied, "No, I am thinking about world peace." Ha! Olvera laughed. "Liszt, I never found you to be so humorous." Liszt also laughed. He had the self-deprecating feeling of others laugh at me for being too crazy, I laugh at others for not seeing through me. We should do something meaningful in life, and the desire for world peace is very meaningful. Of course, we need to understand that it is best to set a small goal that we can achieve first. What is your small goal? For example, I want to ride a dragon first. Ha! Olvera laughed. On the other side, Cousin Russell also laughed. "Yes, I also want to set a small goal, I also want to ride a dragon." Chapter 260. Dang dang dang. At midnight in the Long Taro castle, it was announced that January 1st, 152 of the Sapphire calendar had officially passed. Lying in bed, Liszt called out the smoke mission with anticipation. After the new year, the mission was completed. Mission completed. Reward, Spirit of the Sea, Singing Demon. Ha! Liszt's sleepiness completely disappeared, leaving only the excitement that had not yet erupted. Spirit of the Sea? Singing Demon? Isn't this a legendary creature? Singing Demon, a legendary creature in the sea, is second only to mermaids in night novels. According to the description of most night novels, singing demons are good creatures, with the upper body of a woman and the lower body of a sea snake. In a small number of night novels, singing demons are evil creatures, seducing sailors at sea and killing them. It is different from the mermaids, the representative of the sea romance in night novels. It is also different from the evil devils in the sea in folklore, Naga, or in some magic books, the fusion creatures created by the ancient magicians, Murlocs. Singing demons have a wide market among sailors. Many sailors swore that they had heard an illusory song on the sea during a certain voyage, and that the song had intoxicated them. Many sailors even said that their ships were lost at sea and relied on the singing demon's song to find the right direction. Liszt has no doubt about the authenticity of the singing demon. The ghost ship has appeared. What's the fuss about the singing demon? Even if it's creatures such as mermaids, Nagas, and Murlocs, he doesn't doubt the authenticity. On the contrary, he was very excited. Most of the singing demons in night novels have a beautiful female human upper body and a pleasant singing voice. The smoke mission also called the singing demon the Spirit of the Sea. Obviously, the real singing demon is a good creature and has extraordinary power. A singing demon, will I be rewarded with a singing demon? I don't know what the singing demon looks like, how beautiful, will it have the same reproductive organs as a human? He touched his chin, his expression a little wretched. Because he thought for a while, he couldn't figure out what kind of strange shape it would be. I'm afraid it doesn't have a normal human structure. After all, the lower body is the body of a sea snake, maybe it will have the same structure as a dolphin? He had seen the news before and heard the story of humans and dolphins. It is said that dolphins are one of the few animals that, like humans, do it for love. Stop. List stops his wretched imagination. He is more willing to believe that singing demons have no gender. The smoke mission described it as an elf of the sea. The elf was a creature without gender. He sorted out his chaotic thoughts. List summoned the smoke mission again. He hadn't seen what the new mission was yet. Mission: at the beginning of the new year, the flower town is still covered in ice and snow, but a new life is already being born. The female flying dust dog is about to give birth. For the sake of powerful fighting strength in the future, please feed the flying dust dog pups the flower town specialty milk until they open their eyes. Reward: mutated flying dust dog. Mutated flying dust dog? List's mind returned to normal. Feed it with the milk of a dragon cow until it opens its eyes? Does this mean that as long as I feed them with the milk of dragon cows, I can make the offspring of Dosen and Stupid Woman complete the mutation? He might even become an intermediate World of Warcraft player like Dosen? He has high hopes for the offspring of Stupid Woman. Now it seems that there is a high probability that these flying dust dog pups will become intermediate World of Warcraft players. Think about the future intermediate World of Warcraft flying dust dog army. With such a luxurious lineup, even if the Sapphire Grand Duke's blue blood orders of chivalry came, wouldn't they all be pierced by rock thorns? Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to return to Flower Town immediately to take care of the flying dust dog pups that were about to be born. But not yet. There was a social ball to attend the day after tomorrow. This was appointed by Marquis Merlin to find a suitable marriage partner for the three siblings and cousin Raleigh. Marquis Merlin was old and probably bored, so he began to do the work of a matchmaker. Levis didn't care. He was still pursuing Marquis Roderick's daughter. Elvira was full of expectations, and Raleigh was even more impatient. Before List updated the mission, he was also looking forward to it. He wanted to see Athena Salmon again. The first girl in the world to express her love for him left a deep impression on him. But now, he just wanted to get through these 2 days quickly and go home. I miss my singing demon. Paris, how many egg rolls did you bring? Why haven't you finished them after eating for so many days? After practicing Qi in the garden downstairs, List met Paris, who was bored and wandering around. This black dragon gang was supposed to protect him. In fact, in Longtaro Castle, she had nothing to do at all. She just wandered around all day. Or she was forcibly dragged by Elvira to learn from each other and connect with each other. There's not much left. Fortunately, I can go back tomorrow. If I stay in Longtaro Castle, I will starve to death. Are you sure you mean starve to death? List's eyes swept over her body and felt that she was more plump than before. A tactful suggestion. Eat less snacks as much as possible. It will make you fat and affect your strength. Being looked at by List like this. Paris suddenly felt a little hot on her face. Her eyes were a little evasive, and her tone became a lot softer. Lord Baron, do you like thinner girls? Huh? List said in his heart, troublesome. So he sternly said, no, I only like myself. After that, he pulled the laugh-pleated collar on his neck, took 2 long legs, and turned around to enter Longtaro Castle. Only Paris was left with her mouth open, not knowing what to say. The ball began at 5:00 in the afternoon. It was not yet time. There were many carriages parked at the door. Young aristocrats had already arrived at Longtaro Castle. Men and women were dressed in gorgeous dresses, like peacocks fluttering. List was also refreshed. The fully formed frac habillure perfectly accentuated his temperament. The fabric of the clothes was red, embroidered with the pale golden Longtaro logo of Longtaro Castle. This was a tradition of the aristocracy. They would usually embroider their family's logo on their clothes as decoration. The clothes were from Longtaro Castle, so naturally they were embroidered with the Longtaro logo. On the whole, it looked very noble. The gorgeous dress matched with a tall stature, coupled with a mature and steady temperament, and a handsome face. Wherever he stood, he was the invisible focus. Just like now. He stood by the window in the corridor. From far away, a servant came over with a drink. Young Master List, would you like some? Thank you. List picked up a glass of champagne. Champagne was a kind of wine. People loved to drink champagne during festivals. However, real champagne was hard to buy. According to the laws of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, only champagne brewed on Blue Dragon Island was real champagne. Others could only be called wine. The production of champagne on Blue Dragon Island was very low, and it was only supplied to aristocrats above the count rank. Whether it was delicious or not, List did not know. He did not like to drink. Chapter 261. When the carriage stopped, a servant helped down an aristocratic young lady in a gorgeous dress. She wore a flying bird hat that many young ladies liked to wear, with a colorful bird feather standing tall, very eye-catching. Once the standard hat of Madame Sky Knight, it had now become the favorite of ordinary aristocrats. However, List did not know this aristocratic young lady. List, why are you hiding here? I have been looking for you for a long time. Cousin Meople's voice came from behind him. What are you looking at by the window? He went straight to List's side and looked outside, just enough to have a panoramic view of the carriage in front of the Longtaro Castle's entrance. Oh, you shouldn't be inquiring in advance about which beautiful young lady is worthy of making a move, right? Well, from this point of view, indeed, the height is very clear. The height he was talking about was the height of a ridge and a peak. No, I just feel that the hall is too stuffy. I see. What do you see? Meople touched the red wine glass in his hand with List's champagne glass. You are looking forward to the beautiful salmon family Athena. No. List replied insincerely, and then suddenly asked, will she also come this time? Didn't you say that you are not looking forward to it? List, you rejected Athena at the beginning, so why are you concerned about her now? List did not mince his words, and directly said, perhaps it is very memorable. On the Coral Island, I rarely participate in this kind of ball, and no female aristocrat of the same age has ever invited me to her home as a guest. At the ball on the Red Crab Island, Athena was the first to see that I am so outstanding. No wonder. As if a certain nerve had been touched. Meople didn't know what to think, but he did not continue to tease List. Instead, he sighed with melancholy. A man should find a woman who understands him. If he doesn't understand himself, then I don't dare to imagine how chaotic his life will be in the future. List probingly asked, are you talking about Princess Angela? Yes, Angela Sapphire, the brightest pearl on the crown of the Grand Duchess. If nothing goes wrong, she will be the future mistress of Red Crab Island. Grand Duke Andrew had 2 sons and 2 daughters. Angela was the youngest daughter. Are you sure about your relationship with her? It's not me and her. It's grandfather and the Grand Duke who confirmed our relationship. He downed the red wine in the glass in one gulp and threw the glass back to the plate the servant was holding. He shouted, leave. The servant hurriedly bowed and left. Meople propped his hands on the windowsill. Do you know why I once bitterly pursued her without getting any response, but now I can clarify our relationship? List looked at him and waited for him to continue. Grimand, in truth, I naively thought that he really came with the Grand Duke's blessing, but it turned out. He suddenly turned around and patted List on the shoulder. Grandfather said that your future is limitless. We have the same blood in our veins. I have nothing to hide from you. Please speak, cousin. List had a rough guess. Sure enough, the content of Meople's words was similar to what he had guessed. he had become the receiver. Of course, Princess Angela certainly would not bring her child. Even if she was the Grand Duke's most beloved daughter, she could not bring her child and marry the heir of a marquis. This was not only a violation of the morality of the knight system, but also a great humiliation to the marquis family. Therefore, Princess Angela, who had been pregnant for several months, was forced to abort her child. Her reputation was very bad. I already knew that as long as she did not cause too much of a scandal, let bygones be bygones. But what was unforgivable was that the aborted child, his father, turned out to be a juggler. Since her reputation was bad, it would not be strange for the child's father to be someone else. But as an aristocrat, the natural ruling class, Liszt could understand Meople's feelings. Aristocrats could mess around with other aristocrats, but they absolutely could not mess around with commoners, especially a noble aristocrat like the daughter of a duke. Jugglers had the same status as serfs, so it was no wonder that Meople was furious. Swirling the champagne, Liszt carefully sized up Meople and suddenly thought of something. Perhaps Meople wasn't angry because the princess and the juggler were messing around, but rather because the news had leaked out, causing him to be so angry. To be able to clearly inform the Taro family that the princess and the juggler had killed someone showed that this matter was no longer a secret on the Blue Dragon Island. Perhaps in Meople's eyes, at this moment, the Long Taro castle has turned green, lush green. Suppressing the urge to gloat over his misfortune. He thought about it. He decided to comfort Meople. Life is not always smooth sailing. Although Princess Angela does not meet the moral standards of an aristocratic mistress, she is at least the mistress that Long Taro Castle needs the most. Compared to the harmony of married life, those things before marriage are nothing. Speaking up to this point, Liszt suddenly thought of his previous views on love. In his youth, he looked forward to leaving his first time to a girl. In his youth, he thought that it didn't matter if his first time was there or not. In his youth, he felt that the past was not important, and in his prime, he thought that the important thing was to love each other. When he was approaching his 30s and still could not find a partner, he always thought of quickly finding someone to make do with. The struggle between people and life was always that if you took a step back, life would take a step forward. Perhaps he was just grumbling. Meople quickly extricated himself from the anger of the receiver. In any case, he was already prepared to be the receiver. Come, let's go to the hall and chat. Today, all the young aristocrats of Red Crab Island have come. Maybe you can find someone to your liking. Then, he remembered, I was too busy talking about my own matters and forgot to tell you that you don't need to look forward to Athena. She will not be attending this ball. At the ball of the Cut from the Sea festival, she fell in love with a baron. She will probably become the baron's wife next year. Is that so? Liszt responded indifferently, as if he did not care. In fact, his heart suddenly tightened, and there was an unspeakable discomfort. The gloating that he had been trying to suppress and ridicule Meople burst like a balloon. Meople being forced to take over was certainly ridiculous, but how could his narcissism not be ridiculous? I took it for granted. Between aristocrats, how could there be love at first sight? Not to mention that it was just a hurried meeting at the ball. Maybe after the ball, she would forget about me. Suddenly, his interest waned. The original ball, along with the anticipation of Athena, could slightly arouse his passion. But now, he thought of the so-called ball, which was nothing more than a union of interests between aristocrats. Each would show their capital, and then each would choose a high-quality partner to continue the family's reproduction. Chapter 262. Sure enough, there was no Athena salmon at the ball. Levis and Elvira blended into the crowd, enthusiastically chatting with the men and women of the aristocratic society. Meople still had a smile on his face, trying his best to maintain the dignity of the master of Long Taro Castle. He was very good at this kind of work. Liszt was still the same, neither taking the initiative nor refusing. When someone came to be polite with him, he would accompany them in chatting. Although he had never thought of coming to Red Crab Island to work hard, if he could broaden his contacts, why should he refuse? The pianist played a beautiful melody. One by one, men and women danced gracefully on the dance floor. Laughter constantly rang out from every corner, obviously coming from people having a pleasant conversation. Immortal turned around, taking care of all the aristocratic men and women. Then, holding a glass of wine, he sat down next to List's seat. More tiring than fighting a charge. He took a deep breath. Fortunately, I am just Baron and do not have to say a word to each of the hundreds of men and women. They are all followers of the Long Taro Castle. They came from afar hoping to say a word to me. How could I bear to let them down? It was unclear whether his words were self-deprecating or complacent. He suddenly asked, "Are you not going to dance? Those who invite me are not my interest." Then take the initiative to invite them. This is the initiative that a gentleman aristocrat should have. I have not decided who to invite for the time being. Your way of thinking is really strange. If it were me, as long as they are beautiful, I would invite them all, not just one dance. If I met a suitable one, I would find a corner to have a heart-to-heart talk, and it would not be a wasted trip. If I could get along, maybe I could even take her home and be the hostess. List was still reserved. Too fast is not good. Immortal shook his head. He could not understand his cousin. Since you do not want to dance, can you play the piano? Probably, a little. List himself did not know how to play any musical instrument, but his predecessor, as an aristocratic member, had learned the piano. He could barely remember a few songs. Nobles loved music, and the piano was the most popular instrument, especially at a ball. Without the accompaniment of a piano, how could a charming atmosphere be created? Many down-and-out nobles relied on playing the piano to maintain their upper-class lifestyle, and some even became the guests of noble ladies. Get ready, we'll each play a song later. Immortal beckoned a manservant, go inform the pianist to quickly come down after this song. I and List will go up and play the piano. Yes, young master. Have you decided what song to play? I'm going to play Unparalleled by the waterside. This is my favorite piano piece. It has a beautiful melody and a touching story. Do you like it? I don't want to play the piano, and I've never heard of this song. Oh my God, you haven't heard of it? This is the work of the great pianist, Czerny Windmill. He composed this piece based on his own experiences. Unparalleled, the legendary Gorgon. When Master Czerny was traveling in the Blast Furnace Kingdom, he met Unparalled's eyes. At that moment, he turned into stone. Turned into stone? Then, is he dead? You really don't have any artistic atmosphere. This is a figure of speech. Czerny didn't really turn into stone, but he saw Unparalled's beauty. It was her beauty that turned him into stone, and not her eyes that really turned him into stone. What he saw might not have been Unparalleled. It's just a figure of speech. When Immortal talked about the piano piece, he beamed with joy. Unparalleled is a legendary creature that doesn't exist. Legend has it that she had 3 sisters, all of whom were snake-haired, beautiful but deadly succubi. When Master Czerny saw a woman by the waterside, he felt that her beauty was like a poison that turned him into stone. Do you understand? More or less, I understand. List casually replied. Then get ready, you'll also go up and play a song. Only art can make people forget their worries, believe me. He left List with a very artistic view of his back and prepared to go up on stage to play. Seemingly frightened by List's ignorance, Immortal deliberately used chi to amplify his volume. As he played, he deliberately used his impetus to amplify his volume. He first told them the background story of Unparalleled by the waterside before he began to play. It had to be said that his piano playing skills were superb. The melody was at times soothing and at times impassioned. It really made people intoxicated with the scene of, I saw you O'Reilly, I turned into stone, her beauty took my breath away. The song ended. The aristocrats, who were immersed in the music, applauded one after another. Immortal gracefully got up and slightly bowed to express his thanks. Next, my cousin, Liszt Tulip, will play a piano piece for everyone. Liszt really wanted to take a hammer and smash Immortal's head to pieces. He didn't want to play any piano pieces. Indeed, almost all aristocrats would learn to play instruments like the piano in order to increase their noble temperament. The previous Liszt had played the piano a lot, but the current Liszt was a musical idiot, and what he liked the most were pop songs. He had never touched any musical instrument since his transmigration. The piano fingering from his predecessor's memory was already rusty. Letting him go up and play was a disgraceful scene. He didn't know whether this was Immortal's revenge or not. It was very likely that he had already exposed his schadenfreude during the chat in front of the window. After all, at that time, he really wanted to laugh. But at this moment, he didn't feel embarrassed or anything. His current state of mind was detached from worldly affairs. He didn't intend to gain any love at this ball. Therefore, if he went up and lost face, then so be it. After adjusting his state of mind, Liszt walked up the stage with a smile on his face. Sitting in front of the piano, he used his hand to run across the keys, producing very orderly high and low notes. He lowered his head and glanced at the keys. Comparing them with the memories of his predecessor, he found the corresponding keys for the phonetic symbols duo, li, mi, fa, sua, la, shi, and so on. Then, the melody of a song appeared in his mind, and he quickly figured out how to play it. Like Immortal, he was also preparing a prelude monologue. Circulating qi, he increased the volume of his voice. This is a very ancient legend. A very, very long time ago, in the forest kingdom of a distant continent, there was a pair of brother and sister. They each had their own special abilities. The elder brother's eyes could see very far away places, while the younger sister's ears could hear very far away sounds. They grew up together, experiencing happiness and sorrow together. Liszt's voice was very magnetic. When he read out his monologue, there wasn't any abrupt feeling. On the contrary, it made it very easy for people to sink into his story. In their leisure time, they would always run to the mountains. The elder brother surveyed the distant country and told the younger sister about all kinds of strange things. The younger sister listened to the messages transmitted by the wind and sang the sounds of nature to the elder brother. They fell in the river of love. They cast aside all restraints and enjoyed their love. But the secular world would never allow this love. No matter how hard they tried, they were still defeated by the shackles of morality. In order to prove their undying love, the elder brother blinded his eyes and the younger sister plugged her ears. They couldn't obtain the blessings of the masses, so what was the use of this ability? A very, very long time later, a foreign musician heard this poignant and moving love story and was greatly moved. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart, and he composed a song that moved the heart. When I heard this song by chance, I couldn't help but feel sorrow. How could the bitter experience of the brother and sister not make one sigh with regret? Unfortunately, I didn't memorize the entire song, nor did I memorize the entire song. I could only share the melody and song that I remembered with everyone. Thunk. Thunk thunk. Liszt's hand stroked the piano and heavily pressed down on the keys, beginning to play the song. Chapter 263. Fine. In fact, Liszt did not play Two Tigers, nor did he sing Run Fast. In fact, what he played was the piano piece he was most familiar with. Beethoven's Die Liebe piano piece. As for why he knew how to play this song, it was naturally because it was very simple and he was very familiar with it. When he was a child, he had a music box. Every time he turned it, Die Liebe would jingle. Even now, when he closed his eyes, he could still hear the familiar melody that made him want to vomit. As one of the world's greatest piano composers, the story of Beethoven's deafness was written in primary school textbooks. But few people knew that Beethoven was unmarried. He yearned for love. At the age of 16, he was captivated by an aristocratic lady, but because of the difference in status, they were separated and almost committed suicide. At the age of 20, he fell in love with a widow, but because of the disparity in status, he missed the opportunity. His deafness from childhood tormented him, but he still yearned for love. At the age of 40, he fell in love with his female student, a young girl named Teresa Malfatti. Impulsively, he wrote a ditty called Bagatelle in a minor and gave it to Teresa. Later, when someone wrote a biography of Beethoven, this ditty was found among Teresa's belongings. But when it was published, the original title was changed from Die Liebe to Die Liebe. Since then, this piano ditty began to spread widely in the world. Because of its simple monosyllabic melody, Die Liebe almost monopolized half of the music box market. The remaining half was divided by Castle in the Sky and Canon. When he played it for the first time, Liszt's fingers were still very jerky. There were many mistakes and it was not perfect. But when he started to play it for the second time, he had already mastered every note and restored most of Die Liebe. He played it 3 times in a row. He just finished his first piano performance in his career. Like Immortal, he stood up and bowed slightly to the aristocratic men and women on the dance floor, who had already stopped dancing and were quietly enjoying Die Liebe. When he turned away from the piano, warm applause rang out from the audience, even more than when Immortal played Unparalleled by the waterside. Most of the people here had heard Immortal play Unparalleled by the waterside. But no one had ever heard of this short and pithy lyric, Für Elise. On earth, the charm of the work was self-evident. Even though Liszt's performance was only at a beginner's level, it still moved many people. Awesome! Immortal was unable to restrain his joy as he said, "Liszt, you must teach me this song, I want to learn it." "No problem, I'll find some time to write it out." Liszt had no intention of keeping it to himself, but he enjoyed the applause after the performance. Not only was Immortal circling around him, but many other aristocrats also gathered around him and asked him about the piano piece, Für Elise. A male nobleman exclaimed, "I've never heard of it. Although it's short, its charm is extraordinary. I also heard it by chance." An ordinary aristocratic young lady blinked her big eyes. "Sir Liszt, can you teach me how to play this song?" "Right, it should have a name, right?" "Für Elise, I will sort out the score and give it to cousin Immortal. He will give you a copy. I like this piano piece. I can hear the sweetness, the melancholy of seeing through the mundane world, as well as the sorrowful love throughout the song, as well as the longing for love that will never change until death." The aristocratic young lady who spoke had her hands clasped over her heart, as if she was immersed in the sorrow of 2 tigers. "No, Für Elise." Liszt regretfully expressed, "Yes, it's a very sorrowful story. I can only remember this relatively easy part of the song. I wasn't able to play the truly sorrowful part later on." In fact, he himself couldn't tell whether this piece was sorrowful or not. It was a beginner's level, Für Elise. It successfully made Liszt, who wanted to keep a low profile, become the focus of the ball. Even though the pianist once again went on stage to perform at a high level, there were still a large number of aristocrats surrounding Liszt and discussing the piano. "Hey, handsome pianist, can I have a dance with you?" A tall aristocratic young lady suddenly squeezed through several other young ladies surrounding Liszt and extended her hand to Liszt. Her appearance easily made Liszt think of Elizabeth Olsen, the Red Witch from The Avengers 2. However, her hair was blonde and her pupils were dark blue. If 10 points were the full score, she would probably get a rating of 8. 5 points from Liszt, which was much higher than Athena Salmon, who got 8 points. How could I refuse Miss Dunico's invitation? Liszt grabbed her hand and followed her to the dance floor. With his arms around her waist, he slowly danced to the piano music, like a waltz in 3 slow steps. Liszt could feel that she was very close to him, as if they could connect hearts and warm each other. I like this for Elise. I like it too. But when you play, there are some parts that aren't smooth. Yes, I don't play the piano often, and I've forgotten some of the fingering. I play the piano every day. I like music, especially this for Elise. It's a very simple monosyllabic melody, but it has a different kind of beauty. I hear the whispers of love between lovers, and I'm intoxicated by the low voice and the love. As she spoke, she put her mouth close to Liszt's ear and gently blew a gust of hot air. This action made him unconsciously respect her, but he resisted the urge to express it. Miss Dunico really understands music. Unfortunately, I can't restore the original version of For Elise so that you can feel the sad love story told in the song. No, perhaps the incomplete is the most beautiful. It's very short, very relaxed, but it's the best piano skit. There's no need to add any more melody. Such an evaluation. Liszt could not help but look up to Miss Dunico. For Elise was an independent piano skit. Many people, after listening to his nonsense story, felt that it was a pity that they did not listen to the complete version. Only Dunico thought that the incomplete part was complete enough. This was a woman who truly understood music. Perhaps she was a socialite nurtured by a great aristocrat. Dunico Hyacinth, her father was Durante Hyacinth, one of the 2 counts of Red Crab Island. According to the information Miopal told him, the 17-year-old Dunico was known as the Red Crab Island's thorny rose. Her reputation was not very good. She was enthusiastic and proactive, but among the countless pursuers around her, none had truly won her heart. He put his arm around her slender and powerful waist. Feeling the soft but elastic sensation on his chest, as well as their gazes, he suddenly felt a lot of excitement. Actually, I just made up the story. This song is an independent piano skit. A pianist fell in love with an aristocratic lady and created it on impulse. Chapter 264. Dunico threw Liszt a coquettish look. So, you lied to everyone. How can you say it's a lie? Every piano piece has a beautiful story behind it. Does it matter which is true and which is false? Isn't it important? The story only provides a small touch. The moving melody is what moves people the most. Is that so? Unless you make up a story more suitable for Die Elise, I won't agree with you. When it came to making up stories, Liszt was very good, but he didn't agree to Dunico's request. Perhaps he could make up a story to please the Count's daughter and develop a story with Dunico beyond the story. Maybe with his temperament and charm, it would be normal to win Dunico over. But there was no need for that. He didn't like this kind of deliberate flattery. Perhaps he loved himself more, or perhaps he was just interested in Dunico's physical beauty, and didn't think about the kind of impulse to pursue it. There's no romantic story. It's just a little song that a piano teacher fell in love with a female student. Liszt said lightly. Dunico threw him another coquettish look. Is it as passionate as you are now? Liszt didn't react. What? It wasn't until Dunico rubbed her thigh gently against his that he suddenly realized that his expression of respect was too obvious. He didn't have any experience in this area in both of his lives, but he didn't have the shyness of a young man. You know, it's hard to maintain a calm state of mind when facing a beautiful lady, especially one as beautiful as you. He moved back a little to lower the temperature. Dunico took a big step forward and pressed her body closer. I accept your compliment. No one has expressed it to me so generously. Oh. Liszt was suddenly at a loss for words. Perhaps there was no need to say anything more. He quietly danced close to her, swaying his body gently to the rhythm of the piano. When their eyes met, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He just had to maintain a consistent smile. Duniko stopped talking and followed List's footsteps, moving gently to the rhythm. The piano piece ended. The two did not separate immediately. They continued to hug each other, waiting for the second piano piece. However, this piano piece was only halfway through when Daniko suddenly asked, "Do you want to go out for some fresh air? Let's go." List loosened his grip on her waist and quietly left the crowded dance floor with Dunike in his hand. The sky outside was completely dark, only the lights of the Longtaro castle were still bright. On the corridor outside the hall, servants hurried past. The two of them didn't say anything. They just held hands and walked towards a secluded corner. On the way, they could see pairs of men and women hugging each other tightly in the corners of the corridor. In a corner where the light from the crystal lamp was relatively dim. They also stopped in it. The air outside is very fresh. You can breathe the cold winter air. List rested one hand on the windowsill and held Duniko's hand with the other. "Miss Duniko, you're wearing very thin clothes today. Are you cold now?" "I'm not cold. I'm a little hot." Duniko looked at him and suddenly said, "Call me Duniko." Duniko. List looked at Dunike's long eyelashes and delicate face under light makeup. He unconsciously lowered his head. Dunike, who was about 1.7 meters tall, quietly stood on her tiptoes, raised her face, and gently closed her eyes. There was no need for any unnecessary words. The next moment, List touched two pieces of softness. After a long time of suffocation, they separated. A sparkling silk thread was dragged out, reflecting the light of the distant castle. Dunike held List's neck with both hands, unwilling to let go. Her eyes were burning. List hurriedly said, "My room is upstairs. Hold me tight." Bending down. Hooking his hand. List directly picked up Dunike from the crook of his leg. He operated his chi, and his legs were like springs. He quickly walked through the corridor and went up the stairs to the 4th floor of the castle. He did not respond to the servant who greeted him on the corridor. He went directly to the door of his room. The door was not locked. In the Longtaro castle, the 4th floor belonged to the master's residential area. Bang! He closed the door with his foot. Everything was silent. When List woke up from his sore back, the sun had already risen in the east outside the window. Today was a rare sunny day. He sat up and saw the woman who was still sleeping soundly beside him. Her blonde hair was scattered on the pillow. There was a bad smell in the room. Shaking his head, List still felt a little unreal. For Elise, 2 intimate dances, a few intentional or unintentional teasing words, and it was a crazy night. Recalling last night's scorching heat, he suddenly felt a little at a loss. In other words, for the first time in his new life, he had completely given himself away. He did not know if the movement of getting out of bed was a little too loud. Dunike, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up and saw List putting on his clothes. She greeted him in a daze. "Hey, List, what are you doing? Get up." List put on his pants and went bare-chested, revealing his perfect inverted triangle figure. He walked over to Dunike's bedside, leaned down, and kissed her forehead. "Don't you want to sleep a little longer?" "I can't sleep." Dunike reached out and drew a circle on his chest. "You can call the castle's maid to come in and help you dress. On the battlefield, there will be no servant to help me dress. I like to do it myself. Only the complicated frac Abby will be handed over to the servant. Then I will call my maid in. I will also get up." Shaking the bell, he called the maid. With the help of the maid, Dunike found a new set of clothes and put them on. With the help of the maid, List also put on his frac Abby. The castle servants brought the toiletries and helped the two finish the morning cleaning. When the maid left with the toiletries, only List and Dunike were left in the room. Dunike rushed over enthusiastically and hugged List's neck, kiss me, like it's the last time you kiss me. Oh, after they separated. Duniko gasped and said, I like the way you play, Daoist. I like the way you talk and your temperament. You have a different look in your eyes. I see ambition in your eyes that others can't reach, and loneliness that doesn't fit in with the whole world. What a keen sense of touch. List covered it up with a smile. I guess you also saw a dragon. After all, my greatest ambition is to ride a dragon. I look forward to the day when you ride a dragon. If that day comes and I am not old, you are welcome to kiss me again at any time. So many people invited me to dance at the ball, but I only chose you, my dear Baron. Those people will be jealous of you, just like those women were jealous of me when I took you away. It was so intimate. List couldn't tell whether it was love or a moment of passion between him and Dunike. He just gently pulled away the other's hand from around his neck. I guess there must be a lot of broken hearts in Longtaro Castle. You know, I have never been one of them, so I don't know. Chapter 265. Good morning, dear Duniko. Cousin Miopal got up early. When he saw the two people coming downstairs for breakfast, he greeted them with a smile on his face. Good morning, big brother Miopal. Duniko had been calling Miopal big brother to show the closeness of the two families. Miopal gave a thumbs up to Duniko and mouthed, well done, before saying, List, I am glad to see you grow up. Such an obvious and crude ridicule made List want to roll his eyes. However, he had already done it, and even Duniko was magnanimous, so there was no need for him to be bashful. He just changed the subject. Did Levis and Elvira get up? Elvira got up early. Levis got up a bit late. Last night, without any accident, he held the hand of an aristocratic young lady and talked about life and ideals late at night. After breakfast, the carriage of the Longtaro Castle was ready. Marquis Merlin, leaning on his crutches, arrived at the castle's gate and personally saw off his grandchildren. Not only were the three List siblings leaving, but Aunt Melinda's family was also going back today. Grandfather, you must take care of yourself. I will visit you again after a while. List said with some reluctance. Marquis Merlin didn't appreciate it. Don't act like a woman. If you want to leave, then just leave. The relatives greeted each other. List saw Duniko, who was standing together with Miopal and smiling at him. Without waiting for List to say anything, Duniko walked over and hugged List. It didn't overstep the rules too much. It was just a simple hug that represented friendship between aristocrats. As for what kind of friendship it was, it depended on the benevolent. I thought you would play to Alice for me before leaving, she said. I was in a bit of a hurry. If you want to hear it, I will play it for you the next time I come to Red Crab Island. Will you practice it proficiently? If you have time. I don't think I'll ever forget what happened last night, List, my dear. We will always have the memories of Longtaro Castle. List smiled. It was indeed an experience worth remembering for a long time. At this time, if Duniko asked him to stay with a gentle and affectionate gesture, he might stay regardless of everything. He didn't care about Duniko's past. He only wanted to be with her in the future. He had learned the unrestrained ways of the nobles, but in his bones, he had the traditions of the Chinese. Unfortunately, he only said a few sweet words of love before Dunny waved her hand at him. Without any hesitation, List nodded faintly and boarded the carriage. He couldn't be more bashful than a woman. The coachman raised his whip and shouted, "Go!" The caravan slowly set off. Elvira retracted her head back into the carriage. She looked at List, who seemed to be in a trance, and said with a smile, "Why don't you look back at your rose with thorns? My dear brother, you were in the limelight last night. How many aristocratic ladies wanted to stay in your room with your fur Elise? Even Duniko was charmed by you. This is just a basic operation." List thought for a moment. He leaned out and looked at the long Taro castle that was gradually getting farther away. There were still many people at the door. There were many aristocrats who left today. He couldn't find Duniko Hyacinth, so he sat back in the carriage with a touch of disappointment. He put his hands behind his head and leaned on the cotton cushion behind him. He didn't know what to say, but he couldn't help but say, "There are so many castles in the world, and there are so many baron in the castle, but she came to my side." He lost the beautiful fantasy of Athena Salmon, and gained the beautiful experience brought by Duniko Hyacinth. Liszt felt that he had a good impression of Red Crab Island. Of course, the bigger change was his mentality. It was like he was reborn. After a night of crazy baptism, he had truly become an adult, inside and out, from soul to body. Sapphire Calendar, January 6, 152, Sea Crab City Harbor. They boarded a ship from the harbor. This time, the Taro family used a fast sailboat and 4 ordinary brig escorts to escort the 3 siblings back to Coral Island. The ghost ship incident made Long Taro Castle not dare to be negligent. Count Sark had led the fleet of Red Crab Island to patrol the vast sea between Red Crab Island and Coral Island, eliminating pirates and searching for ghost ships. Standing on the deck, the cold sea breeze released Liszt from his beautiful memories. His attention was temporarily focused on another aspect. Where will the siren be waiting for me? It must be on the sea. After all, it was a siren. Maybe he would hear the siren's song during the voyage and then find the siren. However, he was still puzzled about how to get the siren. Legend has it that the good siren will use song to save people, but the body will never show up and will hide from humans. The evil siren will use song to confuse people and then kill them. In short, except for night novels, there has been no example of humans seeing a singing demon. However, even when sleeping on the ship, he would wake up from time to time. When the fleet entered the sea near Coral Island, he still did not hear any singing at sea, nor did anything strange happen. Until he landed at the pier of Coral City. There was no trace of the singing demon. It seems that the singing demon will be in the waters near Flower Town, no, maybe in the waters around Black Horse Island, waiting for me to harvest it. I just don't know how to harvest it. Will it be like the elf and need to sign a contract? He rested for a night in Tulip Castle. With a batch of specialties obtained from the Long Taro Castle and a batch of specialties obtained from the Tulip Castle, Liszt could not wait to leave early the next morning and return to the flower town that he had not seen for more than a week. White snow. The road was muddy. In terms of dimension, Coral Island should have a much higher latitude than Red Crab Island, so the temperature is colder. But so far, Liszt has not figured out whether this world is spherical or whether there is a North and South Pole. As for the longitude and latitude of Coral Island, it is even more unknown. And there is one thing that is very puzzling. He observed the position of the sun and found that the height of the sun is basically the same in summer and winter. This shows that the angle of the location of Coral Island from the sun has not changed. In other words, there is no inclination between the orbit of the planet and the orbit of the sun. Unfortunately, there is no astronomer to solve my doubts. What kind of environment is this continent under my feet? He remembered the ancient legend that the Moon Empire had a profession called astrologer. It is said that the year, month, and day here were passed down from the Moon Empire's astrologer. Unfortunately, with the destruction of the Moon Empire, many of the technologies, discoveries, and inventions of that era have been lost. It became the fantasy of a few words in a night novel. Master, we have arrived at the Thorns Ridge. Thomas's voice interrupted Liszt's reverie. Sure enough, serfs working in the Thorns Ridge could be vaguely seen ahead. In this snowy winter, only the serfs of Flower Town had eaten their fill and had the strength to go out to work. Suddenly, a feeling of returning home emerged in his heart. Gold or silver nests are not as good as my kennel. In Flower Town, he is the Supreme Lord. Chapter 266. She's ready to give birth, my lord. Old Defoe carefully hid from the cage and pointed to the part under stupid woman's tail. List, of course, knew that stupid woman was about to give birth. His quest and quest reward were about to be born. Looking at the simple and crude shack in the dog prison, then looking at the fluttering snowflakes outside, as well as the cold weather, he couldn't help but say to the manservant, "Thomas, bring 2 blankets over." "Yes, my lord." Stupid woman lay on the wooden board and watched the servants around her clean up. She was no longer as smart as she used to be and became lazy and dull. This is probably the case for any beast that has been locked up for a long time. Dosen circled around it and licked its fur from time to time. It wasn't known whether it was the effect of the low winter temperature or the complete transformation of its bloodline. Dosen no longer needed to vent and return to a calm state. After many days of abstinence, he didn't even want to go to the dog farm. Will it give birth to Dosen's offspring? Paris, who was much more plump, stood outside the cage and asked curiously. Of course, there is no third flying dust dog here. In such a big flower town, it was impossible to find a flying dust dog that would give Dosen a green hat. Paris rolled her eyes. No, Lord Baron, I mean, can it give birth to the same intermediate world of Warcraft as Dosen? Maybe, maybe not, but I hope that the offspring of Dosen and stupid woman can become intermediate world of Warcraft, so that I have a large group of intermediate Warcraft and can form a flying dust dog orders of chivalry. List's heart was burning. They will become the cornerstone of my career and bring me countless glory. Sigh. Paris sighed. Why does every noble lord think about war? Because the world is not yet at peace. He directed the servant to throw the quilt in the cage and drove stupid woman to the quilt, then turned his head and responded, "Someone needs to stand up and turn the tide, to create a world without hunger, harm, and oppression. Will you stand up? The target is too big, so big that even I am afraid." As a transmigrator, who didn't have the ambition to change the world. However, the reality was that he could only change the small flower town. Therefore, I might as well start with the small goals around me and achieve them one goal at a time. So what is Lord Baron's first small goal? Paris asked curiously. Ride a dragon. List drew a beautiful arc and looked up at the gloomy sky. He suddenly thought of the morning in the Long Taro castle, and the promise Duniko made to him. His teasing tone could not help but become solemn. I want to ride a dragon, when I am still young. At first, Paris thought that he was joking, but after hearing him say it so seriously, she suddenly felt that the tall and handsome country lord in front of her might really have such ambitions. She felt ridiculous. She had seen the light dragon, the evil dragon that gave her the identity of the black dragon. That incredible figure was full of despair and horror. It was impossible for a mortal to control a dragon. However, she was looking forward to the day when List could really ride a dragon and become the dragon knight that would make many women lose control of their orgasms at the mention of its name. Perhaps it was because she had seen the incredible dragon, the dragon knight became more and more unfathomable and unimaginable in her heart. Don't just stand there, let's go. After List finished bragging, he had already walked out of the iron cage. Stupid woman should finish giving birth in these 2 days. Paris came back to her senses. Oh, okay. She looked a little silly. This made List very speechless. Sure enough, a comfortable life can kill people's fighting spirit. The mercenary thief who shouted to kill the nobles and dared to cross the sea to save her sister has now become a gluttonous, fat, and not very smart female attendant. He wondered how much her fighting power has fallen. Wow! Wow! Sensing List's return, the thorn sprite, Ella, who lived in the castle, flew directly out of the insect house and accurately landed on the head of List, who had just entered the castle gate. It missed List very much. List felt the sprite's emotions and felt very warm. He let Ella sit on his head and grabbed his hair with both hands. "Master, do you want to take a bath first or meet the town officials first? Butler Carter came over and asked. First meet the officials, deal with the accumulated affairs during this time, and then take a bath. Yes, master. Previously, when List returned to Flower Town, he did not even enter the castle, but went directly to the dog prison to visit Stupid Woman and the flying dust pup in her belly. The town officials who were notified quickly came. After the polite greetings, they began to report their work. It turned out that even without List's personal supervision, the development of Flower Town was still running. Wastelands were being reclaimed every day, not only in Thorn's Ridge, but also in the wastelands of the settlements. The bone tools of the bonesmith shop were produced every day and distributed to the serfs, making the serfs eager for this year's farming and eager to take over a few acres of wastelands. Stones were mined every day. Complete large stones, after simple polishing, were stacked in one place. These stones would be used in the construction of major projects in the future, such as List's new castle on Black Horse Island. Small stones were broken into stones and used for paving roads. The Knight Square had been built, and the children had a warm training place. The 2 bathhouses had become the Flower Town's signature. Even the aristocrats of the North Valley City had come a few times just to take a bath in the hot spring-like baths. The ice house had begun to store ice cubes, and was currently filled to the brim. In short, today's Flower Town was peaceful. This made List very pleased. The territory was on the right track, and his team of officials was gradually taking shape. However, there was also a sense of loss. It turned out that things could not run without him. From the beginning of the celebration banquet to the celebration of the New Year on Red Crab Island, Flower Town had not been in chaos for about half a month without his hosting. Should I sigh that I don't have to do it myself, or should I sigh that I only need to be strategic? In any case, this was a good thing. The Lord enjoyed and his men ran errands. This was the mainstream rhythm of daily life. Of course, there were still many things he needed to care about. The most important thing was that the smoke missions could not be stopped. This was the biggest help to his dragon riding. Consultant Gort, have the ingredients for the ice and snow flame mushrooms been successfully developed? It is close to success. Several serfs have successfully planted ice and snow flame mushrooms in their own greenhouses, but the output is unstable and the growth effect is still poor. Let them continue to work hard. Yes, my lord. The planting of ordinary flame mushrooms cannot be delayed. By the way, has Mr. Elksun been here? He came once and heard that you went to Longtaro Castle to celebrate the new year. He just took a bath in the public bathroom and went back. Contact him and ask him to come as soon as possible. List said. The flame mushroom magic potion in his hand was about to run out, and he needed Elksun to make a new batch. There were also fast-growing magic thorns that had been harvested and sealed in the castle warehouse, which could also be made into magic potions for use. Since the construction of the town did not require him to do it himself, he would use his free time to practice. Chapter 267. By the Sea. List rode Black Dragon from the pier named Flower Harbor along the seaside to the southernmost beach, but he didn't hear the singing of any sirens. He had already rewarded the siren, but he couldn't find the siren, which made him a little annoyed. He was going to wait for the flowers to return from Black Horse Island. He was going to patrol around Black Horse Island and try to find the singing demon as soon as possible. But before he could see the flowers, the good news to celebrate had arrived. Stupid Woman had begun to give birth. He immediately rushed to the dog prison and brought Trembling Woods along with him. When he arrived at the dog prison, Stupid Woman had already given birth to a puppy. It was lying softly on the quilt, covered with black fur. Stupid Woman rarely broke out of World of Warcraft and bared her teeth at List and others. Even when Dosen wanted to get close to her, he was scared away by her baring her teeth and roaring. My lord, animals like cats and dogs are very fierce when they give birth. They won't let people get close to them. You have to be careful that they bite. Old Defoe explained. List understood this. This was the mother's instinct to protect her cubs. So he just stood outside Stupid Woman's warning range and watched her give birth. The black puppies that didn't open their eyes were his great wealth in the future. Without human help, Stupid Woman knew how to deal with it. Every time she gave birth to a puppy, she ate the placenta and licked the puppy's fur clean. Intermittently, Stupid Woman gave birth to 8 black puppies before she finished giving birth. Seeing that the 8 puppies began to compete for Stupid Woman's milk, List felt that he had to find a way to take the 8 puppies away and feed them with the milk of the dragon cow. Obviously, Stupid Woman's milk was not nutritious enough. It was impossible to cultivate intermediate World of Warcraft with this kind of milk. Dosen, stay outside and don't move. He stopped Trembling Woods from rushing in, then took out the dried meat and fresh milk that he had prepared. First, he approached the cage tentatively. Stupid Woman still had a bad temper after giving birth. When she saw List approaching, she grinned and growled. However, after List casually threw a piece of delicious jerky over to him, List's eyes widened. It immediately picked up the jerky and wolfed it down. Seizing this opportunity, List took a few steps forward. When Stupid Woman growled again, he threw the jerky again. After several repetitions, he had successfully entered the iron cage and stood beside Stupid Woman. If one were to ask if he was nervous, he would definitely be. Although Stupid Woman has forgotten the Rockthorn's magic, it is still a World of Warcraft. If it explodes and hurts people, List might get hurt. He thought he had the ability to protect himself, but if he was bitten, it would be no laughing matter. He had never heard of rabies, but what if it existed? Without rabies vaccine, he didn't know if fighting energy could kill the rabies virus. Therefore, caution was necessary. With the jerky to smooth Stupid Woman's teeth, List took out the milk, put it in a jar, and handed it to Stupid Woman. Stupid Woman smelled the milk, a little puzzled, but still stuck out her tongue to taste the milk. Then, she stuck out her tongue and licked it. Even when List reached out to touch a puppy, she didn't care. So, List put the squealing puppy next to another jar of milk and pressed its little head to let it drink the milk. But the puppy just didn't lick. Fortunately, he was already prepared. He had already asked someone to roll the leaves of the fragrant coconut tree into a tube that could be passed through. The tube was gently placed in the puppy's mouth and let it suck the tube. Out of instinct, the puppy took a sip and then began to crazily suck the milk. Not bad, 1 down. List was full of a sense of accomplishment. He could predict that when the puppy liked the milk of the dragon cow, it would never try Stupid Woman's milk again. Maybe Stupid Woman would have milk, but the current Stupid Woman's milk was obviously not rich enough. As long as the puppy didn't drink it and didn't stimulate the secretion of the mammary glands, there probably wouldn't be any milk. That's it. He calmed Stupid Woman's mood with jerky and milk while teaching the puppy to suck the milk through the tube one by one. Probably because she had been tamed for too long, Stupid Woman's mood calmed down and she didn't care much about her puppy. Even if List picked up the puppy and pretended to take it out of the cage, it just looked up and didn't respond. My lord. Stupid Woman may not have learned how to be a mother dog. Her mother instinct doesn't seem to be very strong. Old Defoe has raised dogs for many years and has seen many dogs disdain their puppies. Although Stupid Woman was not disdainful, she was not so crazy about protecting them. Then take all the puppies directly. After the decision, List carefully removed the puppies one by one and handed them to the servant to carefully put into the dog cradle wrapped in quilts. Stupid Woman watched the whole process without saying anything. The 8 puppies were taken away smoothly. List breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly felt that it was too cruel to do so. He asked the servant to bring in a new quilt and replace the one that had been stained with blood. He also left a lot of food for her to eat and drink, and put Dosen in for the two to be intimate. However, Stupid Woman, who had given birth to puppies, had no interest in Dosun for the time being. So List had to take Dosun away. Well, Dosun, don't be cheap anymore. Stupid woman is not in the mood to mate with you now. I'll bring you another day. The 8 puppies smoothly moved into the second floor of the castle and were taken care of by List himself. According to the experience of taking care of Dosun, it will take at least half a month for these puppies to open their eyes. The growth of World of Warcraft puppies is somewhat different from the growth of ordinary puppies. Wow, look at how cute they are, my lord. When they grow up, they will become strong intermediate World of Warcraft like Dosun. They will protect Flower Town and fight for glory for my lord. Gort flattered Zhang Xian. Stupid woman's smooth delivery made the territory cheer. Dosun's excellence was in front of them. In the future, there will be 9 excellent Dosun, so the future of Flower Town cannot be avoided. The knight's glorious blessing. My lord is a true son of glory. I can't wait to see the day when the flying dust dogs grow up. If they are trained well, they will become the best force on the battlefield. Everyone who hears the name Flying Dust Dogs will be afraid of your lordship. The last sentence was said by Ram in excitement. It was a very common flattery. However, it touched a chord in List's heart. Ram is right. If one day the Flying Dust Dogs show their strength on the battlefield, I will be famous for them. But, what will others call me? Dog Sword Saint? Or Violent Earth Lord? Or the man riding the dog? The name was so bad that it was a serious blow to his personality. So he seriously told his subordinates who were flattering him, from the day Dosun became an intermediate World of Warcraft, he was no longer an ordinary flying dust dog. Now that he has offspring, I believe they will become the same intermediate World of Warcraft, so it's time to give them new names. The subordinates immediately cheered, please give them new names, my lord. Chapter 268. The blizzard beast in front of him was still very small, and List didn't have the time to take care of it all day. He just converted the recreation room into an air-conditioned room and handed over the burden of taking care of the 8 blizzard beasts that had not opened their eyes to the housekeeper, Mrs. Morrison, and the most careful maid, Maggie. Although the blizzard beasts were very small, they ate a lot. List drank the rest of the milk today, barely enough for them to consume. When they grow up a little, it is estimated that they will have to be fed with the dry milk powder in stock. After a busy day, the little blizzard beasts ate and slept, and there were no signs of early death. It seems that they can all thrive. The next day, he got up early again to practice the night class, and pulled Paris, who was getting fatter and fatter, to practice a lot of actual combat. His dou qi surged, and only when Paris almost couldn't help but transform, did he end the morning class. He had long been unhappy with the lazy Paris. Instead of a monthly salary of 1 gold coin, he invited her to eat egg rolls. He said seriously, compared with your first actual combat, your strength has declined significantly. Your reaction, speed, and skill have all obviously regressed. Paris gasped. This time, she had consumed a lot of physical strength. Although I don't want to admit it, Lord Baron, your strength has been improving all the time. Why do you think so? Because the flame on your sword is getting fiercer and fiercer, and your total amount of dou qi is constantly breaking through. Although Paris had become fat, her cognitive judgment had not declined. Her strength had indeed regressed a little. She had to admit that the increase in weight had reduced her flexibility, but List's progress was the main reason for the one-sided battle. Without transforming into the Black Dragon Gang, when the light and shadow pole could not play a role, she was not List's opponent at all. Putting away the red blood sword, he glanced at Paris's undulating chest. List faintly nodded. In the cultivation of qi, if you don't advance, you will fall back. I am indeed improving, but this is not an excuse for you to allow your strength to fall back. In a few days, I'm afraid that I will no longer be able to restrain your light and shadow. Even if you use an ordinary sword, you will not be my opponent. Paris was a little unconvinced, but finally nodded. I understand. I will train harder and strive to improve my strength so that I will not be pulled away by you. Seeing the mercenary come to her senses, List patted her on the shoulder with relief. People always rely on themselves. Don't forget, you should set an example for your sister. In his eyes, although Paris had experienced many hardships, she was still a young woman in her 20s. Paris twisted her body as if she wanted to avoid List's action, but she resisted. I'm going out. You don't have to follow me. These few days are your vacation. After List finished speaking, he turned around and left. He had to continue patrolling the beach and find his singing demon. Seeing List riding away with his retainer knight, Paris was momentarily absent-minded. She touched her shoulder unconsciously and muttered to herself, "It seems like Lord Baron likes skinny women. I should really eat less." Flower port. The flower has not yet returned, and List has not found the singing demon's voice. The singing demon is probably not in the waters of Flower Town. I should save money, buy another sailboat, and go to Black Horse Island to look for it. He raised his hand and thought, according to the current ship market price, an ordinary brig like the Flower costs more than 500 gold coins. A better brig would cost thousands of gold coins, a better three-masted sailboat would cost at least 2,000 or 3,000 gold coins, and a fast sailboat like the Palace would cost at least 5,000 or 6,000 gold coins. In terms of fixed assets, List can afford to buy a good sailboat. His fixed assets add up to tens of thousands of gold coins. Not to mention anything else, the value of a space gem alone is immeasurable. However, a lot of wealth cannot be seen in the light of day. Liquidity is extremely scarce. The money to buy serfs was exchanged with mithril. Something like mithril had great strategic value and couldn't be bought with money. Every time you used it, you would have one less. Exchanging mithril for gold coins wasn't worth it. Let's save gold coins slowly. I have flower soap and flower wine is coming out soon. It's not far from making money. Snowflakes were still falling. The beaches on the coast were all white. However, the sea did not freeze, and the waves continued to rush up and down. Black Dragon stepped on the snow on the shore and walked slowly. List's eyes wandered over the sea, looking for a place where the singing demon might appear, but the sea was clean, not even a plank could be seen. There were some seagulls that passed over the sea in groups, preying on fish in the sea. Maybe I can buy some small paddle boats first and train the fishermen of the oyster settlement to go to sea to fish. The seafood business has been depressed. The sea fish business, shrimp and crab business, should be able to continue for a long time. There are very few lords who go to sea to fish now. It was not uncommon to catch freshwater fish. Serfs did not dare to go to sea, but ponds and rivers were certainly not unfamiliar. Some migratory fish in the sea were also often caught. For example, lampreys, which were very popular with nobles, and salmon, a specialty of the salmon family, were all migratory fish. People often thought that this fish was the food given by the sea and the blessing of the night's glory. There were ferocious sea monsters in the sea, but the fish took the initiative to come ashore. If this was not a blessing from the sea and the blessing of glory, what else could it be? As he walked, he arrived at the beach near the fragrant coconut tree worm's grass. It was here that he had salvaged a shipwreck with keel-fixing technology and found 5 large chests of shipwreck treasures. Now that he thought about it, this shipwreck should be the ship of the Magic Goat family. The broken magic books should have been purchased by the wizards of the Magic Goat family. Even the 36D specter in the keel fixing was stuffed in by the wizards. Maybe it was the work of Curtis Truth. She has been studying soul-stripping technology, and the 36D should be the human soul she stripped out. Curtis Truth and her ghost ship had already dissipated. Apart from the magic books, the goat's head flag, the bow of the ship, and the sapphire ring, which he could not figure out, there was not much left worth studying. However, Liszt still intended to keep the 36D Spectre. Maybe one day, he would want to study lich technology. There were too many unknown secrets in this world. If he could live for 500 years, he would definitely be willing to ride his dragon and try to understand this world. This world was far more magnificent and fantastic than Earth. In the evening, Liszt finally waited for the flowers to come back. Marcus returned with the flowers. At present, about 600 serfs have been immigrated to Black Horse Island, all of which are building the port town. Because there is no source of food, the flowers need to transport them back and forth. I didn't expect my lord to have experienced such a dangerous voyage. There really is a ghost ship in the world, and it is the ghost ship of Marquis Cohen that has long been destroyed. Marcus saw the night squad missing 3 squires and was very sad, but only for a moment. After seeing the 8 blizzard beast cubs, he was so excited that he couldn't help himself. The glory of the knights, the future of Flower Town can be entrusted to them. Teacher Marcus, the consumption of a blizzard beast like Dosen to raise is probably no less than that of a night squad. The current Flower Town is still struggling financially. We need to vigorously develop it. Chapter 269. After Liszt filled the flowers with cargo, he set sail for Black Horse Island. So far, the flowers has sailed between Coral Island and Black Horse Island more than 10 times, but has not encountered any storms, so the Calm Pearl has never been used. However, with the Calm Pearl on board, the crew is full of confidence, and Liszt also feels at ease. When I go back, I will ask Elk-Sun if he can make the Calm Pearl. Forget it, let's go straight to Glanny. Glanny is experienced. Although his temper is a bit annoying, for the sake of the quality of the Calm Pearl, I should ask him to make it. Liszt stood at the bow of the ship, looking around. He was looking forward to meeting his singing demon on the voyage. Unfortunately, when the flowers sailed to the dock named Black Horse Port, there was still no sign of the singing demon. What the hell is going on? My singing demon won't be pocketed by the smoke mission, right? He could no longer calm down. Putting aside those inexplicable fantasies of love and lust, the value of the singing demon itself is absolutely huge. At least with the singing demon, the ship will never get lost in the sea again. After unloading, it was already late, and there was no time to patrol the waters around Black Horse Island. Liszt went directly to the king of the Black Horses, Lightning. When Lightning saw him, it bowed its head intimately and rubbed his arm. It did not forget its master, who had conquered it. Carrying Liszt, it galloped through the snowflakes. Black Horse Island was also covered with ice and snow. Only the part of the grassland between the 4 hills near the valley seemed to have geothermal heat. There was no snow, revealing the still growing pasture. The black horses were eating grass here quietly. Perhaps it was because they had seen so many people that they were no longer afraid of humans and just pretended not to see them. The burial ground between the Needle Grass Hill and the Ice Grass Hill was also covered with snow, but the potholes of volcanic glass and keel fragments could still be seen, as well as the 5 tall dragon bones. These 5 bones have not completely decayed and must have important value. However, Liszt could not remove them, nor could he preserve them. He could only let them be exposed to the wind and rain. When Black Horse Island can be exposed, I must invite a magician to help me study these 5 dragon bones. However, I must first recruit a magician follower. The secret of the dragon bones must be kept as secret as possible. Any secret about dragons must be treated with caution. Never underestimate the people here, their great desire for dragons. Even a transmigrator like him could not resist the charm of a dragon. Marcus has drawn up a rough topographic map of Black Horse Island. He is not a professional cartographer, so the map is very simple, and he only knows the general terrain. Ice grass mounds, needle grass mounds, sheep grass mounds, and alfalfa mounds formed the terrain of the damaged crater ring-shaped mountain range. The inside was a grassland and burial ground, while the outside was a land of rocks and weeds. The dock and port town are located in the south of Black Horse Island. There are also some islands and reefs around Black Horse Island. In the southwest corner of the water, there were 3 small islands that were a few hundred acres in size. List named them Mangrove Island, Rocky Island, and Sandy Beach Island. Because Mangrove Island is densely covered with mangroves, Rocky Island is a weathered basalt pillar, Sandy Beach Island is very flat, full of sand, with only a few fragrant coconut trees. Outside the 3 large islands, there are sporadic reefs, most of which are exposed when the tide is low and submerged when the tide is high. The singing demon I am looking for is probably between the shore of Black Horse Island and these islands and reefs. List looked at the simple map and thought to himself. So the next day, the sky was just beginning to brighten. He led Captain Costo and others and began to sail around Black Horse Island. Sir, in fact, in addition to Black Horse Harbor, in the northwest corner of Black Horse Island, there is another area of water suitable for a dock. The depth of the water may not be as deep as Black Horse Harbor, but the width of the water is very suitable for ships to dock. Captain Costo commanded the flowers while acting as a guide. List nodded and said, "We will develop a new dock later. At present, Black Horse Harbor is enough." They walked and stopped, visiting the islands and reefs along the way. After a whole day, they finally circled Black Horse Island and checked all the coastlines and surrounding islands and reefs. There is no singing demon. At night, resting in the newly built house in Port Town, List tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. He was upset and impatient. Did I go in the wrong direction? Why is there no singing demon? Where did my singing demon go? He didn't sleep well all night. But he was not discouraged and continued to lead the flowers to search the waters of Black Horse Island. This time, they went further into the water, first of all, the 3 triangular islands. Because it was not easy to dock, they paddled ashore in wooden boats. The trees on Mangrove Island are dense. It is the kind of mangrove that can grow in seawater. Mangrove forest is a general term, just like shrubs that not only have thorns, but also some other small shrubs. Mangrove forest has not only mangrove plants, but also many other kinds of plants. There are many kinds of trees in the mangrove forest, and there are many varieties of mangrove plants alone. However, List doesn't know any of them, and the knowledgeable Costo only knows a few of them. They are all called in dialects, such as mangrove bark, autumn eggplant, sea lotus, chicken claw, and so on. The mangrove forest with well-developed roots, as if growing in seawater, completely obscured the island inside. Unable to dock, List cast magic eyes and paddled around with a wooden boat. No signs of magic were found. In this mangrove forest, there was no singing demon, no potions, and no sprite worms. The rocky island was even more clear at a glance. There was nothing there. Finally, there was the Sandy Beach Island. The island was full of snow-white sand. When the wooden boat landed on the white sand, he only felt that as far as the eye could see, the blue sea, white sand, and a few tall fragrant coconut trees, the scenery was so beautiful, like a fairyland on earth. However, List was not in the mood to appreciate it at all. He turned around and left with a cold face. "Sir, do you want to continue looking?" Captain Costo looked at List's face and asked cautiously. For the whole day today, this lord, who was usually noble but very gentle, had never had such a frightening scowl on his face. "Continue looking." List suppressed his irritation and said gloomily, "If you can't find it, then don't go back. Continue looking at night." Perhaps they couldn't find it during the day because the singing demon liked to hide during the day and come out at night. Sure enough, nothing was found during the day. The flowers went to the dock to replenish some lights and other supplies and continued to search. Tonight, the weather was clear. A bright moon rose from the sea, dispelling the night and sprinkling a fragmented brilliance that flickered with the waves. List stood at the bow of the ship, not the slightest bit sleepy. Whenever he passed by the island reef, he cast magic eyes to observe the signs of magic around the island reef, trying to find the existence of the singing demon. The first half of the night passed in a flash, and the second half of the night was about to set. Seeing that nothing was found, the anxious List was about to give up. At this moment, his ears twitched. An inaudible song came into his ears. When he listened carefully, he couldn't hear it again, as if it was just an auditory hallucination. But he didn't think so, because the slight singing was full of resentment, admiration, and weeping. Just listening to it, he felt the sadness in his heart arouse. It was not an ordinary auditory hallucination. Chapter 270. After a while, the flowers quietly stopped, and the faintly discernible singing finally reached List's ears again. He couldn't understand the language of the song. The pronunciation of the words was very strange, but it sounded noble and overlooking all living beings. But now, it was easy to hear the sadness and pain in the song. It's a woman's voice. The singing demon is a woman, if it has a gender. He listened silently, not in a hurry to look for it, fearing that he would accidentally scare the singing demon away. At the same time, he carefully identified the direction of the singing. List finally determined the direction of the singing. It was to the left, where there seemed to be several connected reefs. He used magic eyes to look, but because the distance was too far, he couldn't see anything. Captain Costo, set sail in this direction, to that reef. Yes, sir. The flowers set sail again, and under the falling moonlight, the brilliance of the sea was cut through. He didn't know if the sound of the ship was too loud, covering up the singing, or if the singing demon discovered the movement of the flowers and stopped singing. List didn't hear the sad and moving singing again. As for the sailors, they didn't hear anything at all. The sails swelled, and the oars were neat and uniform. The flowers quickly approached the reef. List kept using magic eyes to survey the reef back and forth, but he still didn't see any signs of magic. But he guessed that the singing demon was here, and only in this area were there islands and reefs. If the singing demon didn't need to rely on the islands and reefs to live, then he could only pinch his nose and accept it. To find a singing demon that could run around in the vast sea, the difficulty could be described as hellish. Put down the wooden boat. I'm going to search the reef in this area myself. After circling around, List decisively took the wooden boat and began to search the shallow water area inside the reef. The wooden boat sailed between the shoals of the reef. List's magic eyes continued to observe. Finally, when he was patrolling next to a reef in the middle, he saw a faint sign of magic in the shallow water beside the reef. That speck of pure white light was so attractive in the night. This way, quick, row this way. The sailors rowed with all their might, and the wooden boat was like a flying arrow, quickly rushing towards the reef. The closer he got, the clearer the white magic light in the magic eye's line of sight. He had already seen the specific location of the light, which was surrounded by rocks in the reef waters. The waves kept splashing on the surrounding rocks. The rowing of the canoe became difficult. However, with List's guidance, they still managed to approach the source of the magical light bit by bit. Finally, the distance was close to 50 meters. Magic eyes could clearly see that it was a humanoid creature curled up into a ball. Strangely, there seemed to be a faint halo around the humanoid creature. The halo was shaped like a shell. It was very faint and couldn't be seen very clearly. Especially when the waves hit, the circle of light would appear and disappear. "Sir Lord, we can't row anymore. The bottom of the wooden boat has been grounded by the rocks under the water," a sailor said. "Go straight into the water." List determined that there were no sea monsters around and jumped out of the canoe. The water in this area was already very shallow. There were all kinds of gravel and pebbles under the water, and it was difficult to stand on them. In addition, the moonlight could not illuminate the bottom of the water, so it was very difficult to walk. Fortunately, List was prepared and directly took out a crystal lamp equivalent to a table lamp, which could barely illuminate a little of the water and the stones at the bottom of the water. He stepped on the stones, avoided the potholes, and let the seawater submerge his legs and waist. He took a few sailors and groped over bit by bit. When the distance was less than 10 meters, he clearly saw what the magic light was. In the vision of the magic eye, there was a huge shell with a magical humanoid creature curled up into a ball, shivering. A clear female silhouette could be seen, but there were other faint magic silhouettes around it. On the humanoid creature's body, there were wings and fins. She had fins behind her ears, fin-shaped wings on her back, and the silhouette of her legs was exposed to the surrounding faint magic light, and her feet could not be seen. The whole shell was exuding a faint magic light, dispelling the magic eye. The large white shell was impressively within the light of the crystal lamp, stranded between two pieces of gravel. My singing demon. List was excited, his mental exhaustion was swept away, and his previous irritation was quickly dispelled. He silently said, "Don't be afraid, I'm actually a good person." Finally, List walked to the edge of the shell. It was a very standard scallop-shaped shell, about 3 meters in diameter. The fan had a radial wave shape, a standard left-right symmetrical structure, and no other colors, just plain white. What a beautiful big shell! Captain Costo, who was behind List, exclaimed. The sailors also exclaimed, "Oh my God, it's so big. It's beautiful. There's such a big shell here, it's bigger than the giant clam shell at the entrance of Sir Lord's castle." List raised his eyebrows. He didn't want this group of people to disturb him, so he ordered, "Captain Costo, take some people back and get a large net. Later, drag the shell to the ship. The singing demon must be taken away. Since the singing demon lived in the shell, it must be taken away along with the shell." "Yes, sir." Costo hurriedly scolded the sailors and returned to the flowers to get the net. Waiting for everyone to leave, List tapped the shell with his hand. "Hi, hello, can you hear me?" List's magic eye stared at the inside of the shell. The shivering singing demon hugged her legs with her hands and curled up even more. Apparently, she heard List's voice. List slowed down and made his voice sound more gentle. "You should be able to hear me. I'm a passing human, a noble lord. The islands and reefs here are my territory. I hear your song, it's very sad and painful. I want to know what I can do to help you." He wasn't sure if the singing demon could speak Serpentine, but he had to try to communicate first. After all, it was a spirit of the sea, so he had to treat it gently. If it was a sea monster, he wouldn't say anything and would directly pry open the shell and kill it. But for the singing demon with a female outline, it seemed that her figure was quite graceful, so he couldn't be so rough. "Don't be afraid, I really just want to help you. My name is List Tulip, and I am the Lord of Flower Town. I am a lord who believes in peace. I think that humans, elves, or singing demons are all members of nature and should live in harmony and not hurt each other." Then, he talked endlessly about his philosophy of peace. This seemed to work. The shivering singing demon finally relaxed a little. She turned her head and seemed to want to respond to List. However, at this moment, Costo and the others came back and shouted, "Sir Lord, the ship's net is here." After being frightened, the singing demon curled up tightly again. Chapter 271. It was another round of high and mighty whispering. The shivering singing demon finally relaxed again, but she still hesitated for a while until it was almost dawn before she opened her mouth to make a sound. If List hadn't been observing her movements with magic eyes, he might not have known that she had spoken. He Hello, the voice was very subtle. But it was very sweet and lively, as if just listening to this voice, all troubles would disappear, leaving only a good mood. The same was true for List, and his body and mind were instantly happy. Hello, my name is List Tulip, and you? After a while, the singing demon spoke again, Tana histi Europamanai Seleno Lucati Fulcus Bunafaith. Cassandrae Caroids. Pft. List almost couldn't hold it in. The name of the singing demon was more than 100 words long, and it was particularly hard to pronounce. He felt dizzy and couldn't remember a word. He only remembered the last name, which seemed to be a Caroids. Well, I'd better call you a Chi. Are you a singing demon, a Chi? List chose to forget the long string of names and asked gently. A Chi. The singing demon had stopped trembling in the shell, but she still hugged herself tightly, and her voice was still as soft as a mosquito's. Human, a Chi is, a siren, can sing. Siren? List raised his eyebrows. If he remembered correctly, sirens and singing demons refer to the same species in some night novels. However, those called sirens are generally evil creatures, and those called singing demons are generally good creatures. But the singing demon in front of him doesn't seem to be an evil creature. Probably the singing demon is just a false name for sirens. In any case, he has gained the initial trust of the siren Chi, so he continued to communicate. Chi, can I know why you are here? I heard your song is very sad. What happened to you? You can tell me about it. I'm a powerful warrior. I can help you. Chi was in the shell. Raising her head, she seemed to be sizing up List. After waiting for a while, she opened her mouth and said, Chi is being chased by Tulamita. It wants to eat Chi. Chi is afraid, doesn't dare to return to the sea. Her voice was very pleasant to hear, but her serpentines were somewhat irregular and stumbling. What's a Guru Machita? Tulamita, sea monster, six-headed sea snake, it eats sirens. Chi is afraid of it. A six-headed sea snake? It sounded terrifying, but List's strongest fighter was Paris, followed by Dosen. With Paris still in the flower town and Dosen in the port town, there was no one around him who could fight. Besides, it wasn't a wise choice to deal with sea monsters on the sea. So he thought for a moment, inspiration flashed in his heart, and he immediately said, Chi, you stay here. What will you do if Tulamita finds you? Chi curled up at once, Chi is afraid. Tulamita wants to eat Chi. Chi is hiding. Tulamita will find Chi, yes, Tulamita will find you at any time. On the sea, sea monsters are very dangerous. Listening to him talk about Tulamita many times and mention that he would find her, the siren was even more afraid, shivering and almost crying. Chi is afraid. He felt that it was enough. List said aloud, don't be afraid, I, List Tulip, the Lord of Flower Town and Black Horse Island, will never allow any sea monster to hurt the siren here. In order to protect your safety, Chi, I will take you to my territory and find you a suitable refuge. Chi is afraid. The siren still did not fully trust List. List was not discouraged and continued, Chi, do you know the glory of the night? The glory of the night, Chi knows that humans are like the spirit of the sea. The siren is the child sheltered by the spirit of the sea. She said. List didn't know what the spirit of the sea was, but since the other party understood the glory of the night, it was easy to deceive, no, it was easy to communicate. I, List Tulip, swear to the glory of the night that I will protect the siren Chi from the sea monster Tulamita. Without any hesitation, the oath was made. List didn't intend to hurt the siren at all. This was a precious gift from the smoke mission. He cherished it too much. How could he let her get hurt? Chi, I'll take you back to take refuge first. One day I'll kill Guramita and let you return to the sea safely, okay? The human beings in this world all talk about the glory of the night, as if the glory of the night is an inviolable honor. However, there were quite a number of knights who talked about glory but did dirty deeds behind the scenes. However, for the siren He, this behavior is full of justice and sincerity. She unconsciously opened a gap in the shell. Lying inside, she twisted her body and peeked out from the gap. List was half squatting on a stone in the water. His clothes had been wet by the sea, his pale blonde hair was bathed in a glimmer of dawn, and there was a faint smile on his face that was enough to melt all ice. His sapphire eyes seemed to have countless stars spinning in them, which could suck in the hearts of all women. He looked at him for a long time, quietly closed the shell, and said, "Human, He thanks you. Call me List." List. So, He, can you get on the boat by yourself, or should I call my subordinates to help you get on the boat? He can swim. As He spoke, the huge white scallop floated up from the sea and slowly emerged from the water, like a boat. A faint magic power could be seen around the scallop, driving the water current. List held back his pride, stood up, and said, "He, I will lead the way. You follow me to the boat, I will take you to the flower town, it is very safe there." The siren did not answer. But the scallop slowly followed behind him. Costo and the others, who had retreated 100 meters away, watched as List brought the huge shell back. They all opened their mouths wide, but did not dare to speak. After List approached, he just said lightly, "You row slowly." He got on the wooden boat and looked back. The shell seemed to be a little hesitant, not daring to go forward. He comforted it again, "He, come here." Only then did the shell slowly follow them and lean against the wooden boat. This sea demon was really timid. List did not tell the sailors what He was. He just urged them to row. After a while, he had brought the shell to the side of the flower. Touching the smooth surface of the shell, he said, "He, I will send you to the flower. It is safe on the ship, don't be afraid." There was no response from the shell, but it did not leave either, apparently acquiescing. The siren seemed unwilling to speak in front of other humans. List was relieved. He ordered the sailors to drop the net, let the shell swim into the net, and the sailors pulled the shell up. The siren in the shell, after leaving the water, immediately curled up into a ball and began to shiver again. She was still afraid to face this group of strangers. She did not intend to let them know what was in the shell. Chapter 272. List touched his chin. He was thinking about how to conceal the existence of the siren He. Sirens are different from World of Warcraft and sea monsters. They are magical and incredible creatures. If they were known by others, there would definitely be people coming to fight for them. They are not as charming as dragons, but they are not much worse. Dragons are real creatures, while sirens are legendary creatures, endowed with a lot of evil or beautiful imaginations. Don't underestimate the curiosity of the nobles and the magicians who pursue the truth. Therefore, I must conceal He's identity well. I can't afford to make any mistakes. Fortunately, He is hiding in the shell and has not spoken, so no one knows of her existence. I can announce that I have picked up a shellfish sea monster, so no one should pay attention to He. Sea monsters are the same as World of Warcraft, except that World of Warcraft lives on land and sea monsters live in the water. For example, the pearl shells raised by the sapphire family in the tranquil lake are a kind of sea monster, so it is not surprising that List caught a shellfish sea monster. Thinking about this, List was relieved. Glancing at the situation in the shell, the siren He had stopped trembling, but she was still habitually curled up and never relaxed her vigilance. He. List knocked on the shell, a large shell with a diameter of 3 meters, occupying most of his room on the flowers. List. Can you live without the sea? He, there is seawater in the shell. You can speak Serpentine, where did you learn it? Have you ever been to a place where humans live? List was curious and also chatted to open the mind of the siren He. So far, he doesn't know what the siren He looks like. From the vision of the magic eye, he can see that she is similar to a human, but with fins and wings. She was slightly smaller than an ordinary woman who was 1.6 meters tall, about the same height as a woman who was 1.5 meters tall. However, her figure appeared to be curvaceous. In line with the golden ratio, her waist was very thin, her breasts were full, her buttocks were perky, and her limbs were slender. He remembered that in the night novels, some authors described sirens as beautiful women with their upper bodies and ugly sea serpents with their lower bodies. Some authors recorded that sirens had blue skin, and some night novels described that sirens had green skin covered with scales. List was very curious. But he would not ask to take a look so directly. Anyway, he had the siren in his hands, and he could look at it however he wanted from now on. He likes listening to passing ships, human voices on the sea. He knows a lot. The Sapphire Kingdom has a big sapphire dragon. When He talked about the sapphire dragon, her tone was full of joy. Obviously, even the sirens could not resist the charm of the dragon. Yes, the sapphire dragon is the symbol of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. My father has seen the sapphire dragon with his own eyes. It is a beautiful dragon with a sapphire body, like a crystal-clear sapphire. He could feel the incredible power of the sapphire dragon just by looking at it from afar. He likes dragons. Dragons are the most beautiful. Hearing this, List began to talk about dragons. He knew a lot of dragons, elemental dragons, gem dragons, metal dragons, and sacred dragons. The siren He was stunned and completely forgot to be afraid. She even secretly opened the gap in the shell more than once, looked out, looked at List, and then closed the shell. The topic of dragons was almost finished. List said again, by the way, He, I heard a lot of sailors say that the siren's singing will guide those ships that get lost, right? Well, He also guided them, singing human songs, he. Not knowing what to think of, He even laughed. This was a very good sign. It proved that the siren He was gradually opening her heart. The siren is really a kind creature, just like He's singing is delightful. He, are you hungry now? Do you want to eat? He is a little hungry. What do you like to eat? He likes fruit trees by the sea, falling into the sea. He likes to pick them up and eat them. List had a lot of fruits. His gem space stored fruits. Everything here was still and he was not afraid that the food would go bad. So he would store a lot of supplies in case he didn't eat good things when he went out. Immediately, he took out apples, raspberries, grapes, peanuts, oranges, and other fruits from the gem space. He, I have a lot of fruits here, you can eat them. At this time, it was already dawn, the sun rose in the east, and the cabin gradually brightened. List was looking forward to it. He saw He hesitating for a moment, and then opened the shell. It was no longer just a gap, but slowly opened all the way. The light shone in, and the appearance of the siren He was fully revealed in List's eyes. What kind of beauty was that? The first thing that came into view was the white and tender skin, smooth as a newborn baby's, as pure as the sea, and as flawless as a fragile gem. This was the skin of a siren with the same characteristics as human skin, but the skin was far more delicate and white than that of humans. Just by looking at her fair skin, List couldn't wait to take a bite and have a taste. Then his eyes were attracted by the delicate face again. Delicate facial features, very exotic, with long blue waist-length hair, and a pair of blue eyes. Such beauty is absolutely unattainable by human beings. List can only give her 11 points on the basis of 10. The most peculiar thing is that her ears are not human-shaped ears, but from the root of the ear, they gradually change from the color of flesh to the color of water, and then grow light blue ears in the shape of spiky fins. This kind of ear is not a physical object, but really made of water. List can clearly see her beautiful blue hair swinging over the fins of the ears. Similarly, there is a pair of spiky fin-shaped wings growing on her back, probably growing at the shoulder blade position. It is not big, it is better to call it a kind of fin than a wing. Looking away from the fins, List noticed her neck, white and slender. Then he looked at her chest. It was very round and straight. The most amazing thing is that she is not wearing clothes, but there is a water-like ribbon covering her chest. It is clearly water, but it doesn't look transparent, completely covering the elegance of her breasts. Further down is a flat lower abdomen, a slender waist, and a delicate navel. Below the navel, there is another water-like ribbon covering it, blocking the most mysterious triangular area from List's imagination. She glanced at List shyly and slowly stood up. There is light blue seawater in the shell, and the ribbons covering the key parts extend from the seawater in the shell and surround her body. Her legs are slender and straight, without a trace of blemish. The seawater flowed down slowly. List couldn't help but follow the water droplets, from her thighs to her knees, and then to her calves. Below her calves, where her ankles should be, gradually changed from the color of flesh to the color of water, completely blending into the seawater, just like her ears. It looks as if she has no feet and is growing in the water. Chapter 273. So beautiful. In the face of the true form of the siren He, List could not help but sigh. Among the magical creatures he has seen, the invisible dragon composed of magic and the great tulip sprite of Tulip Castle have left a deep impression on his mind. When it comes to beauty, the invisible dragon is probably not. It has a different kind of beauty, or rather, ferocious. Only the great sprite Xianxia can be compared with the siren in terms of beauty. But the great sprite does not have a human figure, it is just humanoid, and its beauty is pure beauty. Sirens and humans look almost the same, and He's beauty is even more shocking. This kind of beauty comes from the heart, without any lustful color. At least List can guarantee that at this moment, he really does not have any lustful color. There is no respect, not even a thought in this regard. He even feels that the beauty of the siren is unreal, or should not be contaminated with the beauty of the mortal world. Any blasphemous thought is an unforgivable sin. Between appreciation. The siren He glanced at List again, and this time List understood. He immediately calmed down, showed a gentle smile, and pushed the fruit plate on the table to the corner of the table near the shell. What fruit do you like? Eat it. It has been washed with water, it is very clean. Saying that, he also picked up an apple and took a bite. Eating alone is not as comfortable as eating with two people. List's actions are very considerate. When He saw List eat the apple, she boldly stretched out her slender arm and picked up a raspberry with her slender fingers. After taking another look at List, she put the raspberry into her small mouth and ate it. How does it taste? Oh, delicious. Eat more if you like it. I have a lot of fruit here. My territory, Flower Town, has a lot of fruit trees. You can eat fruit every day. I am afraid you will get tired of it. No. He likes fruit, the most. Eating fruit and chatting, the atmosphere gradually relaxed. The siren does not seem to be very old and has a very simple innocence. After a short chat with List, she was able to easily open her heart and forget her previous nervousness and fear with a smile. However, as they chatted, List discovered a very awkward problem. The key parts of He's body were covered by the hose, but she was still very exposed, not much different from being naked. He had thought that he would not have any lustful thoughts, but when he lowered his head, he found that he had actually silently set up a tent. In other words, he still felt respect. Do you need to wear clothes? Human beings, wear clothes. A chi doesn't wear clothes. A chi is a child sheltered by the spirit of the sea, the siren A chi replied seriously. Perhaps to the sirens, clothes were just human things and they didn't need them. They were elves of the sea, similar to the elves of lesser and greater elves. Elves did not need to wear clothes. Of course, elves did not have breasts, bodies, or genitals, so it did not matter if they wore clothes or not. List froze for a moment. He didn't say anything more. If she didn't want to wear it, then so be it. Anyway, he was going to hide the siren Chi from outsiders, so there was no need to cover her beauty with clothes. It was not that he liked to see her naked, but he didn't want to restrict a Chi's nature. After a Chi finished eating a raspberry, he asked again, "A Chi, how old are you?" A Chi tilted her head and seemed to be thinking, "I was born, not long ago. I have seen 41 snowy winters. I should be 41 years old." Well, a Chi is 41 years old. 41 years old? How was this not long ago? How long is your lifespan? List asked. If he did not understand this question, he would feel very uncomfortable. We humans only have a lifespan of less than 100 years, and I am only 17 years old this year. 17 years old, so young, he. A Chi first laughed at List's age, and then thought seriously, "I don't know. I am not an adult yet. Sirens can grow feet when they grow up." In other words, you really have no feet now? Yes. It's amazing, I can't imagine how beautiful you will be when you have feet. Women are never boring with compliments, even sirens. A Chi was very happy. Her appetite was a little small, and she seemed to like to eat raspberries, but she stopped after eating a few. "I'm full, List." Then she yawned comfortably. "Are you sleepy?" "A little." "Then you sleep for a while. The ship will stop at Black Horse Port to replenish some supplies, and then go directly back to Flower Town. You can stay in Flower Town for a long time. The town has a very beautiful beach and a calm bay." List had a lot of questions to ask. But he did not think that asking too many questions at once was a good way to communicate. Now that the siren Chi has been found, there is no need to rush. The cultivation of feelings needs to be done step by step. The relationship with Duniko is a passion of dry wood, not a bond of trust. List wants to keep the siren by his side forever. "Well, a Chi, sleep for a while," the siren said, sitting down and soaking her body in the sea water in the shell. This sea water is by no means ordinary sea water. In the vision of List's magic eyes, it exudes a faint magic light. It can be said that the whole sea water and the shell should be a part of the siren. Similar to cordyceps, they are part of the elves. The shell and the sea water are probably the siren's cordyceps, similar to the existence of a life source magic weapon. "Sleep well, in my territory, Grimakita can't hurt you," List said with a smile, watching the shell slowly fall and completely wrap the siren in it. The flower docked in the Black Horse Port in the dawn sun. List got off the ship and briefly explained some things to Marcus, then sailed directly back to Flower Town. He was not in any mood to stay any longer. He just wanted to return to the castle and settle down the siren Chi. The ship sailed on the sea. Dosen stood outside the cabin and List stood in the room. Looking at the big white shell, he thought silently, "Where should I put a Chi?" Looking at a Chi's state, it seems that she can stay on land for a long time. At most, she needs to go to the sea regularly to replenish the sea water in the shell. List would certainly not want to leave the siren in the sea. Not to mention the sea monster Grimakita. If someone scared the siren away, he would be depressed and vomit blood. But leaving the siren in the castle always feels like a disguised house arrest, and it is impossible for him to stay in the castle at all times. It's a pity that I can't take a Chi with me. Chapter 274. When he woke up, they had arrived at the Port of Flowers. The siren He also woke up from the shell because of the movement of the flowers. She stretched and quietly opened a crack. "List, have we arrived?" "Yes, let me show you my castle first." "Castle, the place where the Lord lives. I have heard that there are many princes and princesses living in castles, and beautiful, love." When she heard that List was going to take her to the castle, He was a little uneasy, but also a little excited. She did not know what kind of stories she had heard about castles before. It was probably what the commoners loved to fantasize about, the poignant, beautiful, and touching love between a prince and a princess. "There are no princes and princesses in my castle, only me, the lord, the servants, many sprite worms, and the naughty thorn sprite, Ella. Sprite, so beautiful, I have seen it, a long time ago, at the beach." "Where is the beach?" List's eyes lit up and he asked. "I don't know, it should be far away. I was chased by Murumitkita and came here. I forgot where it was. What a pity." If the siren He could provide the exact location, List would definitely sail there and try to catch the sprites on the beach. In this world, there are many wild sprites, but they are extremely rare. After all, to evolve from a sprite worm to a sprite, it requires too many pheromones. It is difficult to collect enough pheromones and overcome other difficulties to complete the evolution by relying on the sprite worm itself. The dock workers have begun to unload. Costo came to ask List how to carry the big shell. "Let me think for a while, Captain Costo." "Wait a moment." List sent Costo away and asked the siren again, "Achi, can your shell become smaller? It is too big and there is no suitable carriage to carry it." "Ah, Achi can't. Achi was born this big. It has been protecting Achi from being eaten by sea monsters. Achi has the ability to control the flow of water. She can make the shell swim in the sea, but on land, the shell cannot move at all. As for Achi herself, she cannot leave the shell until she has grown feet. Because she was one with the special seawater inside the shell, just like a sprite worm that had yet to mature and shed its worm stalk. Then I will order the carriage to be dismantled and the shells to be removed. After you've visited my castle, I'll think of a way to settle you down properly so that you won't be threatened by Gromita." In the open shell, the siren He smiled sweetly. "Well, thank you, List." List bowed gracefully. "It is my honor to protect the beautiful He." He turned around and left. He immediately ordered his subordinates to dismantle an expensive carriage, leaving only the frame of the carriage. In this way, the large shell with a diameter of 3 meters could be placed on the shelf and secured with a rope. Under the curious gazes of Gort and the other officials who rushed over, List rode on Dosen and personally escorted the big shell along the gravel road to the castle. "Continue with your work, don't stand here and watch. It's just a big shell picked up from the sea, just like the giant clam before." List scolded the overly curious Gort and others. He had the shell placed in the castle hall. Now there was a new problem. The shell with a diameter of 3 meters, although very light, the shell and the seawater inside, as well as the siren He, did not have much weight, maybe only as heavy as 2 or 3 people, but because of its size, it was difficult to move it into the castle's second floor. Alas, I ignored a lot of problems before, my brain turned into paste. It is a bit difficult to take in Achi in the castle, my castle is too small. If it was Tulip Castle, it would be easy to prepare an exclusive room for the siren upstairs. However, the castle in Flower Town was just a small, nameless castle, with only 2 floors in total. The aisles and corridors were very narrow, and the big shell could not pass through at all. List was even more reluctant to put it downstairs and live on the same floor as the servants. It was selfishness that made him lose his mind. He just wanted to monopolize Achi's beauty. Of course, Achi did need to be kept a secret. When the problem was put in front of him and he calmed down, he regained a little of his clarity. Letting Carter leave the hall with the servants first, he knocked on the shell. The shell opened and Achi carefully looked at the castle hall with curiosity. List, this is a castle, a beautiful castle. Achi has arrived at a human castle. In fact, the upstairs is even more beautiful. That is where I live, and this floor is where the servants live. But the corridor is very narrow, and I can't send you up. Oh. Achi showed a regretful expression. List couldn't bear it and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. How about this? I will build a 2-story cabin outside the castle. You can live on it, and I will open the wall between the cabin and the castle so that you can visit the 2nd floor. Yes, it's decided. As a man of action, List did not hesitate to call Isaiah and give his instructions. He pointed to the bug house facing the north of the castle. Isaiah, immediately arrange for workers to build a 2-story cabin in this position and connect it to the castle. My lord, are you going to raise a shell sea monster on top of the cabin? Isaiah asked curiously. It was difficult to ignore such a big shell. Yes, this is a very interesting shell. I think it has a pearl in it. Let's raise it first. Shouldn't a shell be raised in the water? If it is raised in the water, it will run away. I still need to do some research. Don't ask too much, just follow my orders. The advantage of being a noble lord was that he always kept his word. As long as List made a decision, even if it was a strange decision, his subordinates would faithfully carry it out. Isaiah bowed and saluted, as you wish. During the construction period, the shell placed in the hall never opened. Only when List sent fruit would Achi open the shell. The castle also did not hold any banquets on the grounds of construction. List still dealt with official business, cultivated his chi, and went out on patrol every day as usual, but he has stopped writing the series of history books, Dragons Fighting in the Wild. During this time, it was necessary to appease the siren Achi, who was a little uneasy because of the new environment. The beauty of the siren was one thing. More importantly, with the siren, they would not get lost sailing on the sea. And after asking, he also learned that the siren could predict storms, perceive sea monsters, and cast some water magic. Therefore, the importance of the siren Achi is huge and has strategic value. 3 days. The illegal construction of the castle, the shell wooden building, was successfully completed, and the big shell was successfully hoisted up. The passage to the bug house was opened, and the siren Achi and the thorn sprite, Ella, became neighbors. Wow! Ella was grumpy with strangers, but to the siren, she showed strong curiosity and a sense of gentle intimacy. She circled around the shell. After the shell was opened, she stared curiously at the siren Achi. Wow, wow. Hello, Ella. My name is Achi, I am a siren. Achi stretched out her hand, and Ella tilted her head and muttered a few meaningless sounds before falling on her palm. The siren held out the sprite. Chapter 275. The siren, Achi, moved into the castle. Accompanied by the thorn sprite, Ella, she felt that the new environment was good. Although she preferred the environment of the sea had Murmur-Mitta, a 6-headed sea snake. The castle was safe. When I find a way to deal with Murmur-Mitta, you can return to the sea. List comforted her. Eating delicious fruit, accompanied by sprites and sprite worms, Achi was very happy. List, thank you, you are a good person. She was given a good person card. List did not care. Everything was in place and he was in a relaxed mood. Now, the noblest lord of Flower Town raised a shell monster, which has gradually spread. However, the news did not cause much movement. Gort and others had seen the shell. At that time, the shell was lying in the hall of the castle for 3 days. A huge pure white scallop. At first glance, it was rare, but after a while, it didn't feel much. After all, everyone in Flower Town has eaten shell seafood. Apart from its size, they didn't think that the shell monster List got was special. Not to mention that they had seen the giant clam shell that produced black pearls. As long as a Chi did not open the shell, the average person could not see the beauty of the siren and would not associate the shell with the siren. Lord Baron, I think that shellwood building is really ugly and doesn't match the style of the castle at all. Paris, who no longer carried the egg roll bag, occasionally came to the castle and said to List. When Flower Town gets on track, I will build a bigger castle. At that time, we will discuss the aesthetics of the castle. Although he said so, he would not build a castle in Flower Town. At most, he would sew and mend. The future castle would be built on Black Horse Island. Originally, he wanted to choose the location of the castle on the ice grass hill. But now it seems that it is better to choose the seaside with a cliff, so that the castle can directly access the sea, which is more suitable for sirens. It is not a good idea to always let the sirens live in one house. But there are no real cliffs on Black Horse Island, only some rocky shores. Forget it, don't think about it for the time being. There is still a long way to go before I can build a new castle. At least wait for the port town of Black Horse Island to develop before I have the financial resources to support my castle. A castle with a name would definitely cost thousands of gold coins to build. It would also require a lot of labor and a lot of time to complete. The castle was far away. Now, there was a huge problem in front of List that needed to be solved, the sea monster Mitkita. It chased the siren He from the distant sea. Apparently, it was currently wandering around the Coral Island and Black Horse Island. There was no guarantee that it would not suddenly attack the flowers. List asked a Chi in detail. A Chi displayed another of her abilities. She controlled the seawater in the shell and mimicked the image of Tulamikita, forming a six-headed sea snake made of seawater. It had a realistic six-headed sea snake with a short and thick body and 6 slender heads. Its 6 heads can release 4 kinds of magic. Under a Chi's demonstration with seawater, List has determined that they are Water Arrow Volley, Water Wave Shield, Water Whirlpool, and Powerful Water Column. Among them, Water Arrow Volley and Water Wave Shield magic can also be released by the purple sand crocodile on Coral Island. The number of magic is 4, and the strength of each magic is average. So, Tulamikita can roughly judge that it is an intermediate sea monster. After making the judgment, List looked serious. The intermediate World of Warcraft purple sand crocodile can run rampant on Coral Island. The sea monster Tulamikita can naturally run rampant on the sea. Not to mention that List couldn't deal with it, even if his father Lee William came, he still wouldn't be able to deal with it. He could only sigh in his heart, I can't beat it. Even if it is led into the river, it will be difficult to deal with an intermediate World of Warcraft that can release 4 kinds of magic. I can only hope that it can't find the siren He and will leave the sea on its own. Captain Costo must be careful when sailing. At this time, he was eager for the lost keel fixing technique of the magic goat family. He opened the magic book, to His Royal Highness Annette, Curtis Truth, and carefully read all the contents. There was no record of the keel fixing technique. I should have squeezed out the keel fixing technique first and then killed Curtis. It was too late to regret. He could only let Costo be careful and reduce the number of times he went to sea as much as possible. After calming his mood, he asked again, A Chi, what magic do you know? A Chi can control the shape of the sea, and control the flow of the sea. She only knew these 2 kinds of magic, which were not magic. Just like elves who can control plants, this was probably an instinctive power. When a Chi grows up, she can gain magical abilities. What kind of magical abilities? I don't know, but every siren, when they grow up, they have magical abilities. We were born in the sea, the spirit of the sea shelters us and gives us abilities. Have you seen other sirens? No, but a Chi can sense them in the sea. Sirens are born in the sea, there is no such thing as parents, and there is no habit of living in groups. However, Achi was a minor siren, and she could not get much information from the sea. She was just a person living an ignorant life at sea, avoiding sea monsters, listening to ships, and singing softly. If it weren't for the fate guidance of the smoke mission, List would probably never have been able to come into contact with such a beautiful creature. He could only fantasize about the singing of the singing demon like those sailors. But now, she was living in the castle, more beautiful and magical than the legend. 8 little blizzard beasts, drinking milk vigorously, are growing well, and it will take some time for them to open their eyes. They eat so much, Master, your share of milk is almost finished by them. Mrs. Morrison took good care of the blizzard beasts. The maid, Maggie, was diligently cleaning the room. If there is not enough fresh milk, use the dry milk powder in stock. The caravan can buy fresh milk from North Valley City. Master, can we use fresh milk to feed the little blizzard beasts? No, just use the milk of the cows produced in Flower Town. Mrs. Morrison, you must be strict. I need the milk of the 5 cows, Big Flower, Big Yellow, Big Black, Little Flower, and Little Black. Only their milk is qualified to feed the blizzard beasts, understand? When the invisible dragon invaded, there were 11 cows in Flower Town, and 2 old cows were eaten. Of the remaining cows, Zhuangzhuang was a male cow, and it was hard to say whether it was infected or not. Milk Flower, Milk Yellow, and Milk Black were not yet adults and could only try to conceive this year. Little Flower and Little Black were young cows and did not produce much milk, but the quality of the milk barely reached the level of dragon milk. The most prosperous were the 3 healthy cows, Big Flower, Big Yellow, and Big Black, which were the main sources of dragon milk. Understood, Master. Mrs. Morrison nodded, but said worriedly, it's just that Big Yellow, Big Black, and Big Flower have reached the late stage of pregnancy, and their milk production has begun to decline. According to the judgment of the farmers on the dairy farm, the due date of the 3 cows is about May. Because to ensure the healthy survival of the calves in their stomachs, they secrete less and less milk. When the calves give birth, they can enter the next flourishing milk production cycle. After thinking about it, List gritted his teeth and said, take out the dry milk powder and feed it first. If it is not enough, distribute my share of milk directly to the blizzard beasts and feed them with milk until they open their eyes. At most, it will take half a month. These blizzard beasts will open their eyes. At that time, their foundation will be stable and there will be no need to feed them dragon milk. He decided to bear with it. These little blizzard beasts have an amazing appetite. Chapter 276. List calculated his daily consumption. His personal meals alone cost more than 30 silver coins a day. Among them, dragon milk and magic potions are consumed because they are self-produced in the territory and the value is difficult to measure, so they are not included. All kinds of white bread are the staple food. Grinding your own flour and making it yourself can save a lot of money. Only a material cost, about 3 silver coins a day. The consumption of all kinds of fruit wine and rice wine can be borne by the brewery. Beer and liquor cannot be reached for the time being. Beer lacks hops, and flour brewing technology needs to be improved. Because he doesn't drink much, this part can almost be ignored. All kinds of barbecue and steaks have to be bought at about 5 silver coins a day. The consumption of all kinds of eggs, vegetables, and fruits has basically achieved self-production in the territory, and the castle buys them at a low price, about 2 silver coins a day. Finally, there is the big daily consumption, World of Warcraft meat. He can't live without World of Warcraft meat, even if he doesn't eat much. It costs about 20 silver coins a day. If you include lunches, dinners, entertaining subordinates, and servants' meals, the castle spends at least 40 silver coins a day on food expenses. After calculating, eating and drinking for a month costs 12 gold coins. This is basically equivalent to the total annual tax revenue of Flower Town before there was a lord. That is, List, relying on the help of the smoke quest, coupled with a little knowledge of crossing over, dared to be extravagant. But seeing the momentum of the little blizzard beast drinking milk, his heart trembled. When Dosun's bloodline evolved, he often ate World of Warcraft meat, and his meals were calculated according to gold coins every day. Even if he can eat ordinary meat now, the consumption of meat, eggs, and milk a day is enough for everyone in the castle to eat and drink. Raising an intermediate World of Warcraft, 10 gold coins a month is a steady expenditure. But he will raise a total of 9 intermediate World of Warcraft in the future. With the momentum of the Blizzard Beast, when they grow up, they will not eat less than Dosun. Can I really rely on the output of Flower Town to feed them? The more he thought about it, the more he doubted his life. Should I send out a few? No, I will raise them even if I have to. Intermediate World of Warcraft, even if someone offers a price of 1 dragon coin, he will not sell it. Moreover, he doesn't need to sell it. It's enough to take out a part of the mithril, crystal, and jade in the gem space. The Count will certainly be willing to help digest the mithril, crystal, and jade. When my flour brewing technology is successfully improved, wealth will continue to gather. The current difficulties are temporary, and we can see the light. Leaving the kennel and returning to the study. List took out the thick bast paper and looked at his recorded schedule. One of the items was to invite Glanny Truth to make a new calm pearl for him. Thinking of the current financial difficulties and the fact that he could hardly afford to drink milk, he reluctantly crossed out this plan. He was not prepared to waste any more money. Anyway, he wouldn't be setting sail in the near future. The flower already had the calm pearl, so it wasn't an urgent need. Elson, List. Elksun Truth, who had come to Flower Town to produce magic potions, rushed to the castle. Sir Baron, I have produced the first batch of magic potions for the Thorns magic potion you provided. Please check and verify its efficacy. He took one crystal tube after another. List finally cheered up. Thank you, Mr. Elksun. In the winter, the Flower Town has a magical public bathroom, where you can enjoy a hot bath every day. It is even more enjoyable than the nights in the Coral City. It's a pleasure to work here. Having said that, Elksun is still reluctant to move to Flower Town. The nightlife of Coral City is an irresistible temptation for single mages. The banquet in the castle resumed after the construction of the Shellwood building. Tonight would be a grand banquet. List's friends rushed from the Coral City to the Flower Town, ready to seek shelter with him. The 2 Earth Knights, Rick Footprint and Griffin Haystack, as well as Nimmo and the other trainee knight, all came together. There were a total of 7 people, which had already been agreed upon in Coral City. List warmly received his friends and handed over their work arrangements to Gort. Although they were all friends in the past, when they came to Flower Town to work, the relationship between them automatically changed to a superior-subordinate relationship. If they were determined to follow List, it would be equivalent to establishing a master-subordinate relationship. Rick and Griffin, I intend to give them to Marcus to lead. They can be reserve members of the Night Squad. Nimmo and the other 5 will start as official assistants. They are still very young and do not have much ability to preside over government affairs. Gort reported to List. You are the town consultant. How to arrange personnel is your scope of authority. I will not interfere. Thank you for your trust. Gort made a grateful expression, but it was unknown whether there was any criticism in his heart. List did not like to meddle in mundane affairs, but the number of times he interfered in the affairs of Flower Town was not small. Sometimes, he did what he wanted without a reason. It seemed very willful. However, the earth-shaking changes in Flower Town and the development of Black Horse Island have given List great prestige. None of the officials in the town would complain about List's willfulness. He has been recognized by everyone as the Son of Glory, whether by mouth or in heart. No matter how much he misbehaves, his reputation will still not be shaken. After all, everyone knows that the future of Flower Town and List is limitless. Gort's recent letter of friendship proved this point. After the end of the development order, there were many Earth Knights who retired from the battlefield. Some people had already written to contact Gort, vaguely revealing the idea of going to Flower Town. There was even a Lord Knight whose territory was poorly managed wrote a letter to Gort. When Gort retreated, Isaiah came over again. "Sir, I wonder if you have made other arrangements for your guard, Paris? What's wrong? Old Grandette cannot complete the snake language teaching alone. Now there are a large number of serfs who speak wind language in the territory, which is very inconvenient to manage. After the next batch of 2,500 serfs arrives, the problem will be even more serious. Your guard, Paris, can speak snake language and wind language. I see that she has no job recently and hope to ask her to be a snake language teacher. Indeed, she has nothing to do all day. I should find her something to do." List did not go out, so Paris did not need a personal guard. She was a complete idler. Unlike a knight's practice, once interrupted and slacked off, her strength would quickly deteriorate. Her strength came from the Black Dragon gang. As long as she was not too fat to walk or even forget how to make a move, she could always quickly restore her strength. Calling Paris, List said directly, "Paris, Flower Town lacks a teacher who can teach serfs snake language. I hope you can help." He thought that Paris would take the opportunity to talk about the price. Unexpectedly, she readily agreed. "My bones are itchy every day. Finally, there is something to do." Chapter 277. At night. Bathed in the warmth of the Fire Dragon air conditioner, List took out a flame potion and a thorn potion from the gem space. The flame potion is the magic potion made from the flame mushroom, and the thorn potion is the magic potion made from the fast-growing magic thorns. For convenience of distinction, it is a concise name. List first took the thorn potion, then waited a moment, and then took the flame potion. Then he began to close his eyes and run his chi, mobilizing the power of his limbs to absorb the magic of the potion. At the same time, he was constantly learning the different effects of taking the two potions in different ways. The difference in physique caused even the same potion, different knight would have different effects and ways of taking it. To find the most suitable way to take it, he could get twice the result with half the effort. How can he find it? It takes time and constant experimentation. At present, List had taken 3 Thorns potions and had a preliminary understanding of some of the effects of the Thorns potion. He was adjusting the dosage and time interval between the Thorns potion and the Flame potion to complete the correct test of the potion. About 20 minutes later, List slowly opened his eyes and felt the total amount of chi in his body, which had quietly risen a notch, and showed a gratified smile. Every day, he could feel his own strength progress. This kind of refreshing feeling is difficult for ordinary people to experience. The practice of the elite Earth Knight is a potion trial, constantly trying to take the potion, so that the body can more easily absorb the magic of the potion, and break through the total amount of magic that the cells in various parts of the body can hold. He thought, took out a pen and paper, and filled out the form above. This form records the different doses and time intervals of taking the potion, and the different effects. When taken more times, the data in the form is drawn into a curve chart, and it is easy to judge the best way to take the potion. This is a scientific method. Science is induction and summary. Compared to the average knight, he can explore the use of the potion at will, taking more today and less tomorrow. List's scientific method is simple, fast, efficient, and accurate. Although I don't know the fundamental principles of chi practice, as a transmigrator, my understanding and grasp of practice is definitely far better than that of the Aborigines. He believed that even the Emperor's son might not be able to find a suitable way to consume the potion faster than him. I'm very confident that I can become a Sky Knight before the age of 22. The quill didn't stop. List took out another thick piece of paper. There was also a table on the paper. It was a data comparison chart. It was a comparison of drug use in air-conditioned rooms and non-air-conditioned rooms. Because of the cold winter weather, when List took pills, he would choose to do it in the study room and enjoy the warmth of the Fire Dragon air conditioner. However, on the first day, he discovered some problems. The effects of the pills he took seemed to have increased. At first, he did not pay much attention to it. After all, he had been taking pills in the study, and the effects were very good. But when he went to Tulip Castle, and then to Longtaro Castle, he clearly felt that taking pills outside was not as good as taking pills at home. Such a comparison made him realize that it was definitely due to the influence of the environment. It was easy to associate it with the fire dragon magic in the study. So he began to record the different effects of taking potions in the fire dragon magic environment and the ordinary environment. In the past few days, a lot of data has been recorded. In the study room and outside the study room, there is a stark difference in the effect. With the bonus of the fire dragon magic, the effect of taking the flame potion increases by about 6.5% to 9.2%. The Thorns potion has only been taken 3 times, and it is still impossible to judge the increase, but it should have an effect. I guess the effect of the fire dragon magic is to stimulate my fire-attributed chi. He could feel that the chi in his body was more active in the radiation range of the magic fire dragon. At the same time, the size of the magic fire dragon also determines the effect of the increase. On the premise that it would not burn people to death, List made a small magic fire dragon the size of a water tank, using the magic capacity of a whole fire dragon pot. The effect is to increase the effect of the flame potion to about 10.4%. Compared with the palm-sized magic fire dragon, it can reach a 7% increase. The magic fire dragon the size of a water tank has increased its magic capacity by 20 times, but the effect of the increase is only 1.48 times, which is not obvious. Moreover, the magic fire dragon the size of a water tank can almost heat him to death, and he can't concentrate on the potion. So after comprehensive consideration, he still chose to take the potion in the study room. The temperature is just right, will not cause him to be distracted when taking the potion, and can concentrate from beginning to end. The potion continued, and the form was recorded. From January 9th back to Flower Town, 2 weeks had passed, and it was January 24th. The 8 blizzard beasts were strong, fighting while drinking milk, and their eyelids often trembled, which was the rhythm of opening their eyes. List began to feed them himself, forbidding others to enter the room. The siren He lived in the castle, eating fruit and playing with the little elf Ella. She was not too depressed, but she replenished the seawater once in the middle. It was to pull her to the beach and let her soak in the sea for 2 hours. At that time, only List was on the beach, standing on a snow-covered rock, looking at the siren He floating in the sea, constantly playing, and his mood was as bright as the sun in the sky. After more than a week of getting along, he has inquired all the information about the siren He. The siren born in the sea is worthy of being called the elves of the sea. Their birth process is similar to that of the elves. One is the condensation of the essence of plants, the other is the condensation of the essence of seawater. One can control the worm stalk and affect the growth of plants, the other can control its own shell and the seawater in the shell, and control the surrounding seawater. It's just that the elves need to evolve from sprite worms, and it is only at the great sprite level that they have the intelligence of an adult. The siren has the intelligence of an adult from the beginning. Her calves are gradually growing, and the growth of feet means adulthood, but her lifespan is not clear. A chi is only a minor siren, growing up alone in the sea. The sea will tell her part of the information, and the rest is learned by listening to human ships. 41 years, she learned Serpentine. But she still retains the innocence and purity of the elves. The sea where Achi lives may be between Golden Island and Nova Island. She has seen many ships, all of which have flags like wheat ears, that is the flag of the Golden Wheat family and the Golden Wheat family. The Golden Wheat family is the Marquis family, and their fief is Golden Island. The Golden Wheat family is the Count family, and their fief is Nova Island. The two families had separated a few generations ago, and their flags were the curved ears of a wheat tree, which was not much different. List's brother, Levis, and Marquis Roderick's daughter, Loria Golden Wheat Ear, seem to have begun to date. He did not deliberately inquire about it, and most of the time he only cared about himself. After swimming in the sea for 2 hours, the siren docked obediently. Siren Achi docked obediently. Although she hadn't found the mid-level sea monster Gromita recently, she couldn't guarantee that it had left. List, I have replenished the seawater. Let's go back quickly. Ella must be impatient. Now, Achi's serpentine is getting more and more fluent, and her personality is getting more and more lively. She no longer has any estrangement with List. Stretching out, her beautiful curves and white skin dazzled List's eyes. Chapter 278. It was close to the time when the blizzard beast opened its eyes. As if to celebrate the upcoming blizzard beast legion, Frank Distiller, the owner of the brewery, ran all the way to the castle and reported to List. "My lord, we have distilled pure white wine." Distilled? List was overjoyed, but his face remained calm. "How is the quality of the flower wine? Compared with the gin you left in the brewery, there may be some differences in taste. The flower wine is not strong enough, but it is softer and has its own advantages." "Softer than gin. If it really meets the standard, I will give you a big reward." The group quickly rushed to the brewery, where Frank asked the apprentices to take out the brewed white wine. There were several large barrels filled with white wine that was worth more than silver. The white wine in the barrel could not be faked at all, and it no longer smelled stinky and sour. We took the pot distillation and found that although the first pot was very strong, the taste was not good. Until we reloaded the raw materials and started the second pot, the distilled white wine tasted very pure, without any mixed taste, and could reach the quality for sale. List tasted the second pot of distilled white wine. He only felt that the mouth had reached the spiciness of the white wine. After tasting it for a moment, and then recalling the taste of the gin, he suddenly felt that each had its own advantages, and it was hard to say who was good and who was bad. "Go and call Gort." He turned and ordered Thomas, the manservant. A moment later, Gort hurried over. "My lord, is the flower wine ready?" "Oh my God, I can't wait to taste it." Seeing Gort's drunkard posture, List scolded him with dissatisfaction. "Don't you try the taste of the flower wine every day? The town consultant's greatest hobby in life is to drink and brag." Before the success of the flower wine, the quality of the raw pulp was poor, but he still came to the brewery every day after work to get some inferior raw pulp, and got drunk before going home to sleep. "Hey!" With a smile, Gort did not refute. List pointed to the newly brewed high-quality raw pulp and said, "You are an expert in wine tasting. You taste it, compare it with gin, and give me a comprehensive analysis." "As you wish, my lord." Gort grabbed the wine pot in a hurry, raised his head and took a sip of the fresh flower wine, then closed his eyes and shook his head. After a while, he opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. "My lord, the night's glory has blessed me. Flower wine is definitely comparable to gin. It has a completely different taste, but it is equally intoxicating." Next, he took a sip of the pulp and compared the difference between gin and flower wine. One was high in intensity and had a spicy taste, but the after-effects were strong, and it was easy to go to the head. The other was slightly lower in intensity, but it had a soft taste and a small after-effect, so it was not easy to go to the head. "I think that after the flower wine goes on the market, it will definitely sell better than gin, because it has a small after-effect, so that the nobles can drink it from before the banquet to after the banquet. Gin can't last as long. Flower wine can be suitable for more aristocrats to drink, even those aristocratic ladies. In the end, Gort was already in a half-drunk state, holding the wine pot and raising his thumb. For me, flower wine is a grade worse than gin, but for more aristocrats, it is a higher grade of good wine, it is the best. After listening to his analysis, Wang Chang was stunned. List has a general understanding that gin is equivalent to Russian vodka, strong enough, flower wine is equivalent to Beijing erguotu, not strong enough but soft. Old drunkards may choose vodka, drinking it is refreshing, but more people can accept erguotu, which is suitable for family banquets. Erguotu? It seems that flower wine is a liquor distilled in the second pot. Is that its real meaning? List thought a little. He doesn't drink often and his knowledge of liquor is still too little. He turned and asked Frank, "Is flower wine graded?" "According to what I said, how many grades are there?" "According to your idea, we set the pure second pot of raw pulp as the highest grade, the first pot of referment raw pulp mixed with the second pot of raw pulp is the second grade, the first pot of referment raw pulp is the third grade, the third pot of referment raw pulp mixed with the second pot of referment raw pulp is the fourth grade, the third pot of referment raw pulp is the most inferior." Frank and others were very meticulous. Obviously, they were scolded by List last time. They did their best work before they dared to report to the castle. The most inferior flower wine, take it out for Consultant Gort to taste. After drinking too much of the second pot of the highest grade raw pulp, and then drinking the third pot of the lowest grade raw pulp, Gort almost sprayed it out. "The taste is very mixed, it is only a little better than the previous flower wine raw pulp, it should not be on the market at all." Then Gort drank several other grades of raw pulp, and the evaluation was different. The first 3 grades can be sold as liquor, but the last 2 grades are not qualified. List has understood. With the first 3 grades of liquor, the flower wine will be a great success, and the brewery will become the largest source of gold coins in Flower Town and the cornerstone of List's career development. From now on, the brewery will be the top secret of Flower Town, and no one is allowed to enter or leave at will. Patrols will be sent around 24 hours a day to directly separate it from other workshops. The winemakers who have mastered the technology will be strictly protected. Consultant Gort, can you hear me clearly? Don't worry, sir. I'm just a little drunk. I've listened to your instructions very clearly. I'll definitely treat the brewery as a top priority. Burp. Gort swayed his body and even burped. Seeing this, List could not trust him and sent someone to call Isaiah, the administrative officer, and gave the task to the other party. Then, List began to reward. "I promised you that as long as you brew qualified flower wine, there will be gold and silver coins. Now, Frank Distiller, Berdang, Huntera, I will reward you each with 1 gold coin, and the apprentices involved in the brewing, 20 silver coins each." Praise the Lord. Thank you, Lord, for your generous reward. The winemakers and apprentices took the gold and silver coins and thanked him excitedly. List encouraged and urged them to work hard, and there would be many benefits in the future. Brewing wine is very simple. It is far more difficult to brew qualified liquor than imagined. Fortunately, the winemakers finally brewed real liquor under the guidance of his distillation technology. In fact, the one who should be rewarded the most is me. Alas, forget it, I'd better hide my achievements and fame. There is no need to care about the gains and losses of this honor with a few serfs. After praising himself in his heart, List immediately took action to prepare for the flower wine to go on the market. First, he sent someone to inform Levis. The flower wine business needs the strong cooperation of Levis in order to quickly expand the production scale, open sales channels, and recover funds in a short time. Chapter 279. This chapter is, My Horse Feeds the Sheep. Levis not only sent his tutor, Frank, but also came to Flower Town in person. List, has the flour brew been successfully improved? Of course, you can taste it yourself. I can't miss this. 3 kinds of flour wine that can be sold on the market have been delivered to the castle, so Levis can taste the flour wine in the castle. First, he drank the 3rd grade, the lowest grade of flour wine. When the white wine entered his mouth, his eyes immediately lit up. Well, not bad, it's pure and tasteless. It can be sold. Then he drank the 2nd grade of flour wine. This tastes better, but the wine is a little soft. Finally, there was the highest grade of flour wine. After drinking it, he had a full 3 minutes of aftertaste before he exclaimed excitedly, "What a good wine! List, we are rich." The quality of flour wine is no less than that of gin. These are 2 different tastes of white wine. Flour wine is more suitable for aristocratic banquets. His evaluation was similar to that of Gort. They both saw the vast market behind the flour wine. So next, we should discuss how to expand the brewing scale and how to sell it on the market. List doesn't like drinking, but he is very clear about the popularity of the white wine market. Alcohol may not be a panacea, but when it works, it can numb people's senses and relieve all pain and stress. It allows people to escape from all kinds of difficulties and frustrations in reality and enjoy that moment of haziness and peace, as if the soul is sublimated. Levis picked up his teacup, trying to make himself look less urgent. But his anxious eyes betrayed his thoughts. Leave the sales to me. Coral Island will definitely be dominated by flour wine. Red Crab Island will also be dominated by flour wine. I can also sell it to Golden Island. But how do you plan to arrange the production of flour wine? Expand the scale of the brewing workshop and recruit more winemakers and winemaking apprentices. Flower Town is understaffed. Brother, you have to support me and sell me a batch of your winemakers. I will give you 10 winemakers directly. Levis waved his hand. But they don't know how to brew white wine. You have to teach them the technique. List got straight to the point. Give me their families as well. Only then will I be willing to teach them how to brew wine. Levis glared at him. You still don't believe me? Forget it, send their families over. Don't forget about the materials. There is a wide range of materials for brewing liquor. Grains, fruits, taro, and sweet potatoes can all be used to brew liquor. However, the flour wine is mainly made of corn. I will not change the main material for brewing in a short time. In the future, I will study other grain brewing techniques as appropriate. Tulip Castle doesn't have a lot of corn, but we don't have much to eat either. I'll send them all to you. Tulip Castle's corn alone is not enough. You had better plant another batch of corn this year and buy a batch of corn from various places. As the saying goes, wine is food. The yield of grain was between 25% and 45%. A caddy of grain could not produce half a caddy of wine. In ancient times, when there was not enough food to eat, the government would forbid private brewing to prevent wasting food and expanding famine. Because corn is not the staple food of Coral Island, List chose to brew wine with corn. He may have become a noble and his ass is crooked in the ruling class, but he still has kindness in his heart. He doesn't want to take away the only rations of the serfs on the island because of the liquor business. However, no matter how he thinks about it, there will still be a batch of serfs' rations that will be used to brew wine. He could only try to remind him, brother, brewing wine will waste a lot of food. I hope to buy corn from the outer islands as much as possible, or give a certain tax subsidy to the serfs who grow corn. Levis looked disapproving. You don't have to worry about such a small thing. The serfs have their own reasonable arrangements. I will ensure that there is enough corn for you to brew wine and it will not delay the production of flour wine. Seeing this, Liszt could only sigh in his heart. Then he shook off these compassionate thoughts and said, "Iron, I also need a batch of iron, at least 10,000 jin, for making wine-making utensils. Didn't you just get 13,000 jin of iron from Tulip Castle? I bought those myself. You will provide the raw materials for the brewery according to the agreement. I can't get so much iron. I have to get it from Tulip Castle's warehouse. In that case, the profits from the liquor business will definitely be taken away by others." Levis frowned. "Brother, it is right to be divided the profits. Although the flower wine is a deal between the two of us, if we leave others behind, father may not say it on the surface, but he will have complaints in his heart." "You are being sarcastic." Levis was very unhappy. "I provide the raw materials and I am responsible for the sales. I only account for 60% of the profits. You only provide the technology, and even the winemaker is sent by me, so you get 40% of the profits. Now, even the mouths of the other people in Tulip Castle have to be taken care of by me. Don't you think it's too cruel? If it weren't for my technology, brother, you wouldn't be able to do the liquor business. Think about it, once the flower wine is spread, how many gold coins can be brought in every year and how many more potions can be added for you? Maybe within a year, you can become a Sky Knight. Levis is 24 years old this year and will be 25 years old a year later. If he can really become a Sky Knight at the age of 25, it will at least prove that his talent is no worse than that of the Count." These words hit Levis's nerve. He grabbed his hair, gritted his teeth and nodded. "Okay, 13,000 jin of iron, I will pay, but the flower wine must be produced on a large scale as soon as possible. Of course, the technology has matured, just waiting for the materials to be ready." After Liszt finished talking about the brewing materials, he suddenly thought of the packaging problem. "How are you going to sell the flower wine?" "I will sell it as gin is sold. The liquor market on Coral Island will only have flower wine in the future. I will discuss it with my cousin on Red Crab Island. It will be very simple to take it down. Golden Island can be handed over to Luo Lia to sell. She should be able to eat Golden Island and Nova Island together." Liszt became interested. "Is Luo Lia sure to be my sister-in-law?" Levis smiled and beamed with joy. "Do you think I was just fighting during the development order? My dear brother, you still have a lot to learn. Marquis Roderick has approved my union with Luo Lia. I will go to Golden Island in March to confirm things. It seems that this matter is already clear." Liszt gave a thumbs up and returned to the topic. "There are 3 grades of flower wine. Do you want to package it?" "What packaging? Just make it the same as gin. I'll get the pottery workshop to make a batch of clay pots to use as wine bottles," Levis replied directly. "That's not right. Flower wine should be distinguished from gin so that the nobles can see it at a glance." Liszt rejected Levis's idea and said, 10-year flower wine, packaged in wooden bottles, carved with a yellow tulip, sold for 5 to 15 silver coins, occupying the small aristocratic market. 50-year flower wine, packaged in pottery bottles, carved with a red tulip, sold for 50 to 80 silver coins, occupying the middle aristocratic market. 100-year flower wine, packaged in jade bottles, carved with a black tulip, sold for as much as it is expensive, limited, mainly for high-ranking aristocrats. Where did you get the 10-year-old and 100-year-old wine? Levis was surprised. Chapter 280. So 10 years and 100 years of aging are all deceiving? It's not deceiving, it's propaganda. But flower wine is just freshly brewed liquor, it has not been aged at all. How much do you think the taste of flower wine is worse than gin? Since there is not much difference between the two, why can gin be called a cellar wine that has been aged for many years? Because it is really an old wine that has been in the cellar for many years. List suddenly felt that Levis was really naive. The quality of gin is formed because of cellar aging. The quality of flower wine is not inferior to it, so it can also be called cellar aging. There is no conflict. And our positioning is very clear. The three grades clearly distinguish the gap in status and can strengthen all levels of aristocracy. Do you really think this is better? Of course, no one knows how we brew it. If we say it is 100 years old, then it is 100 years old. Wooden bottles and pottery bottles are very simple, but jade bottles, wouldn't they be too expensive? You can make less jade bottles of flower wine and convert the value of the jade bottles into it when you sell it. You can also package it in crystal bottles. Anyway, it reflects the grade of flower wine. You can even carve a bottle out of gems and let my father give it to the Grand Duke for publicity. Give it to the Grand Duke? Of course, the Grand Duke drinks flower wine. What confidence do those aristocrats have to refuse flower wine? The Grand Duke has a liquor industry under his command. He doesn't need to pay tribute at all. Just ask the Grand Duke to taste it. As long as the flower wine is not sold in Blue Dragon Island, it will not threaten the Grand Duke's liquor industry. Will the Grand Duke not give his father a little face? As the sword saint who founded the Earl family, Lee William Tulip is definitely a high-level figure in the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. The Grand Duke will definitely win over such a new noble to check and balance the old Marquis family. As long as Lee William and the Grand Duke clearly explain the sales scope of flower wine, there will be no conflict at all. If the Grand Duke is greedy and doesn't want the Tulip family to occupy the Grand Duchy of Sapphire's liquor market, flower wine can be sold to the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom, or even the Eagle Kingdom. Smuggling liquor is also one of the businesses of many fleet caravans. The only difference is the problem of selling more and less. Levis was still thinking. On the other side, Frank reminded him, Levis, regardless of whether the tribute to the Archduke succeeds or not, it will not affect our interests. If we adopt Baron List's suggestion of packaging the wine in different grades, it will only cost us a little. If it fails, we can return to the method of selling gin. It is acceptable. Since that's the case, let's give it a try. The flower brew business, so far, List and Levis have discussed it clearly. The rest is for their respective subordinates to manage it. There was no need for the Lord to personally participate. When I came here, I heard that your Dosen had offspring, 8 little flying dust dogs. Levis quickly diverted his attention. Let me take a look. This is the descendant of World of Warcraft. I'm sorry, big brother. They haven't opened their eyes yet. It's not suitable for them to see people for the time being. They haven't opened their eyes. Levis exclaimed. They haven't opened their eyes? List, aren't we brothers? I've never mistreated you. Needless to say, List has understood Levis's meaning. He wants the little blizzard beasts. But he will never give it, even if the other party pays for it, he will not sell it. Brother, although this is the descendant of World of Warcraft, their mother is just an ordinary flying dust dog. Dosen was not fully evolved at that time, so this batch of descendants is likely to be low-level World of Warcraft. Wait for the next batch. If the next batch of puppies is born, I will definitely sell them to you. After several excuses, seeing List's firm attitude, Levis was very dissatisfied. But for the sake of the next batch of puppies, he could only bear it. Then it's settled, the next batch of flying dust dogs must be sold to me. Well said. List nodded and agreed. It was more of a bluff. Not to mention how to sell them and how many he would sell, it is doubtful whether stupid woman can get pregnant again. The higher the bloodline of World of Warcraft, the more difficult it is to have children. Intermediate World of Warcraft Dosen, after the transformation of his bloodline, can he make stupid woman pregnant again? It is debatable. Perhaps these 8 little blizzard beasts are the only descendants that Dosen can leave behind as a flying dust dog. Luncheon. Drinking fresh flower wine. Levis didn't know if it was because the liquor business was about to make money, he was too excited, or because he didn't get a blizzard beast. In short, he drank too much and was so drunk that he couldn't tell north from south. He put his arm around List's shoulder and his mouth was full of alcohol. "List, I'm beginning to envy you. You left Tulip Castle, and the knight's glory favored you. Everyone began to say that you are the son of glory. I'm always bound in the castle, Lytton, complaining after drinking." List was helpless. In order not to let the family scandal spread, he directly dismissed everyone at the banquet. Levis said a lot of drunken talk about how the count was biased towards Lytton, how his own resources were robbed, how much pressure the Sky Knight was under, how his luck was not as good as List's, how Tatiana was pregnant, but he had to abort the child for Rolia, then. With a snap, he fell on the table. List called the servant and helped Levis into the carriage. He did not ask him to stay the night in the castle. "Mr. Frank, take care of Levis. Please rest assured." At this time, Captain Lydon, who was guarding Levis, came over and glanced at Londo standing under the apple tree. He sighed. "Baron List, Londo is in Flower Town, please take care of him." Londo Kettle was his illegitimate child. Even though he had been recognized by the family, he still could not give more support. "Captain Lydon, don't you want to talk to Londo?" "There is no need." Lydon Kettle bowed. "I will escort Sir Levis back to Tulip Castle first. If you have time, I hope you can come to Flower Town as a guest." "You are always welcome." The convoy set off. Levis came in high spirits and went back drunk. It was a rewarding trip. The flower brew business was a great help to him and to List. Standing in front of the castle window, List drank the only remaining glass of dragon milk. The stimulation of the residual alcohol made him excited. With the liquor business, Levis can probably be promoted to a Sky Knight. As for me, I will definitely be promoted to a Sky Knight. At that time, the Tulip family will have 3 Sky Knights. I am afraid that the Count will not be promoted to a Marquis. The father and son trio went to the battlefield together. As long as they did not encounter a Dragon Knight, it would definitely be the end of a sweep. Sooner or later, they would be promoted to a Marquis. However, the Marquis family is by no means my goal. It is just a stop on my way to riding a dragon. With my talent, plus the wealth brought by the development of the territory, it is very likely that I will be promoted to a Sky Knight before the age of 22. It will take another 5 or 6 years for the Sky Knight to complete, and then I will look for clues about the dragon. Find the dragon and ride it. A small goal in life is completed. Chapter 281. The workshop area is separately planned for a huge factory area for the expansion of the winemaking workshop. The carpentry shop, blacksmith shop, bonesmith shop, and hoop barrel shop, under the organization of officials, work together to make winemaking utensils from morning to night. Even the Brad family, who presides over the crystal workshop but can only carve volcanic glass all day long, has received a new task to carve some key equipment with volcanic glass. The town is bustling and the castle is as calm as ever. It's just that on the shelf of List's study, there are some more bottles of flower wine. He doesn't want to drink it, but to keep it as a souvenir. These are the real raw pulp of flower wine. After completing today's night cultivation class, List went back to the bathroom to take a bath and then went to the worm room. He chatted with the Siren He and enjoyed the beautiful scenery by the way. Recently, the Siren He has been obsessed with reading all kinds of books. She can't read, so List often teaches her. He doesn't know if it's a racial talent, but she learns things very quickly and soon remembers a lot of snake language and can read independently. She likes to study those magic books and is very curious about magic. At this time, the shell is open. The thorn sprite Ella is soaking in the sea, which is a part of a chi. List touched it with his hand. It's not much different from ordinary sea water. It's probably warmer and not as cold as ordinary sea water. It's hard to imagine that the seawater will eventually grow into a cheese feet. List, you're here. Well, Achi is still reading? I'm reading Fredo's Fireball. Fredo Truth, the magic apprentice, is so funny. He rubbed the fireball with the back of his hand. He, silly. Achi closed the book and smiled sweetly. Ella closed her eyes and heard List's voice. She opened her eyes and looked at List, then continued to soak in the sea water, enjoying the warmth very comfortably. Behind it, there are 9 sprite worms of different colors, also swimming in the shell sea. There's no need to guess that it was Ella who threw the sprite worms in. It's funny, but magicians are human beings with abnormal ideas. List poked Ella's belly with his hand, only to poke Ella away. They are in the shell. Will they disturb your reading? No, Ella and the bugs are very quiet. Only here will it be quiet. Outside, Ella is a tyrant in Flower Town. Hearing bad things about herself, Ella was not happy. She popped her head out of the sea and shouted, "Wow," in protest. However, after being glared at by List, it obediently retracted its head and continued to soak in the bath. They chatted for a while. Achi suddenly raised her hand. List, do you think magic should be released like this? As she spoke, she seemed to be gathering magic power. Meditate to form a bridge between spirit and magic power, to be intimate with them, to experience them. I can only be compatible with the magic of the water attribute. They are like many docile babies that can listen to my call. Then, something unexpected happened to List. Her slender jade-like hands actually condensed a ball of water little by little. This ball of water twisted slowly and then elongated into a spiral shape of an arrow. I read a magic book about water arrow. I think the magic principles recorded in the book are very simple, and I seem to be able to do it easily. The crystal water arrow was so clear and real. List cast magic eyes to observe and clearly saw that the magic of the water arrow originated from the free magic in the air, not from Achi's own magic. This was the magic released by the magician. It was unexpected that it would be formed in the hands of the siren. Achi, you release the water arrow outside the window. Oh. Achi obediently pushed her hand, and the water arrow, like a real arrow, flew out of the window and eventually disappeared into the sky. The water arrow flew out. List, did I learn the magic water arrow? You learned it. List's eyes lit up. He had overestimated the role of the siren as much as possible, thinking that this was a strategic help for him to set off the era of navigation. But now, it must be corrected. The siren can not only play an important role in navigation, but she also has the potential to become a magician. A water magician. At this moment, he had an irresistible idea to cultivate the siren Achi into a great water magician, or even a water magician. With her self-taught talent, it seems that it is not impossible for her to become a water magician. In his excitement, he couldn't help but reach out and rub the siren's blue hair. I will collect all the magic books that record water magic. You can concentrate on water magic and strive to become a siren magician in the future. Can Achi be called a magician? Of course, as long as you work hard. Yeah. One happy event after another. The flower brew was successfully introduced, the siren Achi learned magic, and then, List fed the little blizzard beasts for half a month. Finally, at the end of January, they opened their eyes one after another. The first person they saw was List. That look represented their recognition of him as their master. Perhaps this so-called recognition of a master has not reached the level of unswerving loyalty, but it means that the 8 little blizzard beasts all regard List as the closest person, a father or a mother. In the future, they will be slowly trained and cultivated, and like Dosen, they will listen to List. How should I name them? List was a little embarrassed. There were 8 in a row, all covered with black hair, about the same size, and it was difficult to distinguish them from each other. In fact, Liszt has forgotten the order in which they were born. Finally, referring to the way he treated Dosen, Liszt decided to make a collar for each of the 8 blizzard beasts. The collar is decorated with the nameplate of each one. The color of the nameplate must be different, so that at first glance, one can tell which one is which and which one is not called the wrong name. He also decided to keep the blizzard beasts separately. He had raised dogs before, so he knew the horror of a litter of dogs. Once they go crazy, they will destroy the world. They will be raised and trained separately. When all the blizzard beasts can reach a state of obedience, they will be gathered together for military training. They will be prepared for the battlefield in the future. Master, all 4 kennels have been covered with cotton mats, and the blizzard beasts can be moved in. The dog collars you ordered to make have also been delivered by the leathersmith's shop, a total of 8 pairs. Butler Carter walked into the room and said, "Then move out today and clean the entertainment room carefully. Especially the smell must be removed, it is too unpleasant. I will tell Mrs. Morrison to deal with it." Carter asked again, "So what names do you want to engrave on the nameplates of the 8 blizzard beasts?" "Wait until I think about it first." "Yes." When the servant began to send the 8 little blizzard beasts one by one into the kennels separated into 4 positions, Liszt waved his hand and called out the smoke mission. Completed the mission and rewarded 8 intermediate World of Warcraft blizzard beasts. Seeing the smoke serpentines, Liszt smiled faintly. Sure enough, you're tuning into the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.